Don't need that one right now. Hello, hello, hello. I am Manji Dragonfly. Hold up one moment. Gotta actually not bother actually set up the game capture properly. Whoops. There we go. Ivy to the ocean city, the entrance to the labyrinth, journey to the blue depths. This is a lot faster than I remember. I don't remember it being that fast. Good. Already showing off my memory. To just let the game speak for itself. This is Etrian Odyssey 3 HD. I really should be playing more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles since the end of the year is very quickly coming up, but I made a promise a little while back that the next time the Etrian Odyssey series on Steam went on sale, I would stream this game because this is a game I really want to show off. I really want to convince people to actually play the series themselves. If you've known me for any significant period of time, you know that Etrian Odyssey is one of my absolute favorite game series. And so it's nice, it's good to see that Alice is actually giving the series a bit of love. A bit. Actually giving it a shot in the modern day after the 3DS kinda went kaput. Etrian Odyssey was very much a series that was designed around the DS game, the DS systems. But it's good to see they're actually trying to keep the series alive on Switch and Steam. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and start up a new game. Actually, so this is Etrian Odyssey 3. They released the first 3 Etrian Odyssey games. They released updated re-releases, well, kind of updated re-releases of the first 3 Etrian Odyssey games, which were only available on the original DS. Every Etrian Odyssey game after 4 and every Etrian Odyssey game after 4 were all released on the 3DS, which were previously fairly easily accessible thanks to the eShop. Not anymore. The 3DS games are a bit harder to get nowadays thanks to the eShop closure. So it's either you go the way of the incredibly legal means, as we say on this channel, or you have to track down a physical copy. Thanks, Nintendo. Really fucking appreciate ya. But now the first 3 Etrian Odyssey games are very easily available on Steam and Switch. And since they're updated re-releases, they have certain additions that were not present in the original version. Namely, all 3 of them have difficulty options. There's Picnic Mode, which is basically Baby Easy mode. Picnic Mode is basically, like, you don't actually want a real... Okay, no, like... Yeah, you don't really get a real challenge with Picnic Mode, but it does... It very much, like, stacks the numbers and the damage in your favor. It actually is pretty useful for grinding, since it also greatly increases how much experience points you get from battles, but I'm gonna not really be playing on Picnic. Well, in Etrian Odyssey 3, there is, like, a reason you might want to go on the Picnic mode, but that comes much, much, much later. We're not gonna talk about that in this part. Basic mode is an easier mode than the normal. It's only the numbers are only slightly adjusting in your favor. But expert mode is Etrian Odyssey 3. That was the only difficulty mode you had in the original DS version of Etrian Odyssey 3. That expert is the baseline, so we're going to be sticking to expert. But you can freely change the difficulty in the options menu while you're in town, so if you feel like you're having way too rough of a time in expert mode, you know, feel free to knock it down to basic. But I definitely will always be a big proponent for playing these games on the highest difficulty. Or at the very least, the baseline difficulty. And I remember that, like, Nexus had, like, the highest difficulty where you were also kind of locked into it. Regal Ocean City Amarode. The Ocean City Amarode, far to the south, is said to have a ruin leaning below the waves. As if tacitly admitting it, the senators ruling over Amarode have invited explorers to their city. The invitation drew throngs of eager explorers who gathered to traverse the undersea maze. But none of the throngs who came to challenge that maze were strong enough to master it. The impenetrable ruins came to be known as the Yggdrasil Labyrinth, and its legend spread further. You yourself are an explorer who has heard its legend and now sail to Amarode to investigate. Your only objective? To challenge the labyrinth and win fame and fortune. Your hour is at hand! Yo, Gammas! How you doing? Glad to see you here! Just getting started in Etrian Odyssey 3. Prepare to hear me ramble a lot about Etrian Odyssey 3. Hello, newcomers. You're standing in the one and only Explorers Guild in the Ocean City of Amarode. I'm here to supervise all the explorers who find themselves in our fair burg. Here's a little something I give every new guild for setting up. Gift certificate, cross script, resolve script. I forgot about. Doing alright, weekend just started. Nice. We'll talk about the scripts in a little bit. Now let's get to it. First, write your guild name on the speaker provided on the certificate. Think hard, because that name may be known someday across the 7 seas. It all depends on you. We were even including personal blah 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 blah. So, the guild name was... Okay, so in the 3DS games, the guild name was something that would be put into Street Pass stuff. That's not as much of a thing in the DS original, obviously. But, Etrian Odyssey... Etrian Odyssey 3 is actually different in that, unlike the other games, unlike any other game, it actually does have a multiplayer component. No other Etrian Odyssey game really has a real multiplayer component. One thing I will say I very much like about the Steam version of the games is that there's really just a button to use your keyboard for typing and stuff. Unfortunately, just like in the DS original, you have an 8-character limit. We are not going to be making the Dragonfly Guild for today. That comes when the 3DS games come out, hopefully. I hope they come out someday for Steam as well. Because, God, the 3DS games are when the series actually gets really good. 3 is really solid. 3 is absolutely the best of, like, the 3 Etrian Odysseys available on Switch and Steam right now. But the 3DS games, 4 and 5, oh, that's the good shit. Can't name ourselves the Dragonfly Guild, so Manji Guild will have to do. Manji, huh? Not a name, but I like it. Well then, step 2 is registering explorers in your guild. You'll need to hire a few folks, but it's up to you whether or not you want to become a member too. At the Explorers Guild, you can register explorers and organize your party. Choose your favorite classes from the list and form a party of up to 5 explorers. So, the big thing about Etrian Odyssey is that you make all your own party members. The Untold games feature a story mode where you get 5 pre-made, pre-selected characters who have actual personalities, but the heart and soul of Etrian Odyssey, especially to me, is making your own party, making your own cast of members to explore the labyrinth. So let's go ahead and meet our cast. Let's go ahead and meet our cast now. I suggested Fish and Predator, but that sounds weird. Fish and Predator? Tell me more about that while I keep rambling about class. So classes, it was 10 classes available in the how Dragonflies have such a huge rate of kill when hunting. That is true. That is true. Dragonflies do have a 95% hunting efficiency rate. That's actually really, really good for a predator. Alright, so there are 12 classes, but 2 of them are locked in Etrian Odyssey 3. Most games have around 10 classes. Etrian Odyssey 1 tops off at 9, but 2 of them are locked at the beginning. Etrian Odyssey 2 has all those classes unlocked, plus 3 more. Only 1 of them is locked, and even then it's not that bad unlocking it, so there's about 13, there's like 12 classes in Etrian Odyssey 2, and yeah, Etrian Odyssey 3 has 10 classes when you start, and 2 of them are locked. So, our first adventurer will be a monk. With the power of Chi, they can both heal and inflict wounds. Their bare hands are stronger than weapons. So one thing I'll also mention about the Steam and Switch for the Etrian Odyssey HD re-releases is that so most Etrian Odyssey games only have 4 portraits, but the HD re-releases add a 5th one. But I'm pretty much going to be sticking to mostly the class portraits I picked for when I first played Etrian Odyssey 3. Our monk is going to be this redhead, named Ranmaru, because I'm very on the nose when it comes to my references. Ranmaru's probably going to be the character who gets the most amount of use, seeing as how she's going to be the primary healer, but let's go ahead and meet the rest of our team now. Next up, we have the Sovereign. Sovereigns are basically the buffers of the group. They specialize in, well, buffing your party. Oop. Hold on, I remember there was a way to... There we go. There are alternate colors in Etrian Odyssey 3. 1 and 2 did not feature alternate palettes. Etrian Odyssey 3 was the first game that started adding different a second palette set for your party members. And I will say that one thing that the HD re-releases added was that you can actually just freely pick any class portrait for any class you want. This was not a thing until the very last Etrian Odyssey game, Nexus. The only thing I know about Etrian Odyssey is I have one song from the series on my playlist. It looks like a turn-based RPG. Yeah, it's a turn-based dungeon-crawling JRPG. Sovereign... I guess one thing I'll also mention right now, Sovereigns used to be called Prince or Princess in the DS original. It was one of the very few instances of gendered language in the series. Etrian Odyssey is actually generally pretty good about keeping things gender neutral so that you can actually, like... You can actually just imagine your characters being non-binary or whatever. Or, yeah. So you can actually imagine your characters being non-binary if you really wanted to, but... In Etrian Odyssey 3, it was a little bit harder since Sovereigns were called Prince or Princess depending on what class portrait you picked. They've changed it to Sovereign since they changed it to Sovereign in Untold 2 when they made a reappearance to make it a bit more uniform. Sovereign, her stalwart compatriot, the ninja. They hide in shadows and use the art of Ninpo, the advanced practice of which can create duplicates. Taking way too long to do this. Ninja. A farmer. These farmers seek to apply their wisdoms navigating the labyrinth despite their clumsiness in battle. I'll talk a bit more about what the characters can actually do once we get into the game, or get into actual exploration. So you only really need 5 party members, and in fact, if it's your first Etrian Odyssey game, I would suggest sticking to 5 party members, since juggling more of them can be a little bit difficult. Trust me, I've tried. Take a Buccaneer. I'm doing this... Oh my god, I'm so bad at typing. I haven't played a lot of Dungeon Crawlers, but I am very much a RPG gamer. Hell yeah. I'm here to sell you an Etrian Odyssey. I'm doing a very particular order in how I, like, pick all my, pick the registration of my party members, but I am going to be basically using one of everything. I'm going to be real. I'm just going to be using one of every class, and just occasionally swapping them off. Alright. Let's go ahead and form our party now. We've gotten everyone registered for now. Gonna be starting off with a party of Ranmaru, Francesca, Alvin, Oswald, and Kage. One quick change I will make. You can freely change your party configuration in the party menu in here. Definitely want Alvin, Francesca, and Kage in the front row for now. Ran Oswald stay in the back. One thing I will admit right now is that if you look at, like, actual, like, screenshots of Etrian Odyssey on Steam or Switch right now, you might notice that the, font's a little different. So I will say that is one thing that I did kind of change. I applied a font fix to all three of my Etrian Odyssey games, because I'm not a huge fan of the font they use. The UI in the HD re-releases kind of bothered me a bit, but changing the font to something a bit closer to the original version of the games definitely helps. Definitely, like, keeps me a bit more grounded with these games, because the font does occasionally bother me in the HD re-releases. So I needed to change to ASAP. Unfortunately, changing the font unfortunately, if you want to change the font, it's a little bit difficult. One thing I will say I don't like about the HD re-releases, especially on Steam, is that the three games come with de novo, unfortunately. So that's a big, like, point of contention among people. The fun fact, though, when all three of the Etrian Odyssey games released on Steam at first, they actually fucking forgot to put the de novo in. Which means the de novo is now essentially useless, because the only reason it exists was to try to prevent piracy. People literally cracked it within the first day because they forgot it. Unfortunately, they did go and put the de novo back in, but since they kind of fucked up with that, it's possible to kind of roll the game back to the first version, the original release, which did not have the de novo, and also lets you put in mods like the font fix. So, just a little thing to keep in mind, people. Please don't feel like you need to play the game with fucking de novo. It's shit. We all know it's shit. Except for the fucking investors and the stockholders and those fucking disconnected assholes. Boy, the stream of fools chasing the Idris legend never ends lately. Even experienced warriors get swallowed up by that labyrinth every day. If you come here as weekend warriors, I'll be straight with you. Hit the beach instead. Alright, looks like you're ready to go. Your next stop should be the census to introduce yourself. Oh, but before you go, let me explain one more thing. It's about the documents I just gave you along with the guild certificate. Smart explorers actually read them carefully. If you don't feel like it, just throw them away. But if you hope to go all the way in the labyrinth, you'd be well served giving them a look. In this game, powerful abilities called limit skills can be used by up to 5 party members. Limit skills can be learned by obtaining documents with the skills details written in them. Gather various limit skills and use them well to make your time in the labyrinth easier. We'll talk about limit skills in a little bit. For now, the rest of the world kind of opens up to us, but as he said, we should drop by the census first. Beside Parliament, by a census.
You're outsiders, aren't you? Let me guess, you were drawn here by the rumors of the labyrinth. Then you best remember this. You stand in the assembly hall of the Senatus, Amaro's government. And I am she who wields the Senatus' authority to manage explorers such as yourselves. This is where so-called explorers' skills are tested to sort the true warriors from the cowards. If you want to be recognized as true Amaro explorers, accept the mission I issue you now.
Visual quests from the Amaro Senatus are known as missions. Carry out these missions to gain various rewards and advance the game's storyline. You need to do these. You do not have a choice. But Etrian Odyssey 3 actually does feature a little bit of an interesting twist on this later in the game. Don't worry about that right now. Prelude to the Forest. Anyone daring to survive as an explorer here in Amaro must first pass the Senatus' official test. You've been tasked with creating a map of the first floor.
The long and short of it is that you have to draw your own map of the labyrinth's first floor. The guard there will have more details for you. Look to him before you proceed. You must have parchment first, eh? Here's the blank map given to explorers. Use it well. You're as talented as you've had me believe there'll be many more opportunities to come here. Just don't get lost in the assembly hall on your way here.
Very much a first mission, go actually explore the first floor first, but before we head into there, let's stop by Napier's firm first. This is our shop. Professional quality provisions.
What's this? Unfamiliar faces? Let me guess. New explorers lured by the sweet scent of profit? In that case, welcome to Napier's firm. We carry all the weapons, armor, and tools you'll require. Here at our firm, the customer is God. We'll spare no expense for those who line our coffers. Though that is conditional on you participating in a transaction. No window shoppers, please. Sell items obtained in the labyrinth by the goods created from them. When purchasing, the party members are shown you may switch between characters with Q or E. Buying weapons, you can press /V to jump between weapons types. Trust me, it makes a lot more sense on a DS, but hey, give the creators credit. They really made sure that you be able to play Etrian Odyssey on the Switch and Steam, as the Steam version does feature mouse controls, keyboard controls, and of course you can use a controller with the game. Also, depending on the screen you're on, a button will probably display telling you what to do. Which functions useful to try making good use of them. First thing we should do is buy some equipment for our party members, as some of them do need some different equipment. We're going to go ahead and buy some sandals for all of our physical fighters. I want to buy a buckler. Sovereign doesn't really need a buckler. You should absolutely make sure you buy a shield for your hoplites, as they're the designated defenders of the group and they're going to need it. Buy some sandals for our ninja. And sandals for our arbalist. Oop. It's fine, it's fine. Our arbalist is also going to need a crossbow, as they're the designated bow and arrow guy. Well, crossbow in this game.
The only other thing is we're going to buy our Buccaneer a Fleuret, a Rapier. Everyone else should be fine on equipment for now. One thing that is unfortunate about Etrian Odyssey 3 is that compared to Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2, armor is not super great in this game. When you're buying armor, you're more so looking for the secondary effect of the armor. Like how Shuro sandals come with a strength increase, so it does help out physical fighters a bit. The only other armor that's really important is shields for your hoplites, as hoplites need shields in order to function. Oh yeah, one thing I also want to mention right now. Gonna go into the stats menu that just lets us take a good look at our character. I want to mention that the Buccaneer, the redhead with the eye patch, I'm not sure if you can really tell on stream, but when you can see it, like, on a big screen, on a big, like, computer screen, if you look at the eye patch, you can see that the Buccaneer has, like, a little Jack Frost design in the eye patch. I never knew about that before playing the HD version. You can't see that in the DS version. It's just impossible to see in there, but that's something I really like. That's a cute little detail that I really love about the HD re-release. I'm glad that they have that, especially since, like, Etrian Odyssey 2 does have the gunner, which has, like, the Jack Frost, like, pin in the hat. So it's good to see that they did add, like, another, like, little Jack Frost design like that.
Got used to this city, novices? You seem troubled. A piece of advice, then. Skilled explorers have few qualms at parting with their money. Stinginess never saved a life. All things depend upon money. Your finances dictate whether you master Yggdrasil or die penniless. Remember that. So then, what can I get for you?
You know what? One last thing. We'll buy a few Medicas. Don't really need them since I got Ramaru, but just in case. Let the waves lull you asleep. I'm on in.
Well, I'm on in, boss. Not only you spend the night here, we have doctors to treat your wounds too. So is this your first time in Amarone? Isn't it awesome? Those clear seas, those blue skies. You're at the Manji Guild, right, boss? Have you been around Amarone yet? They call this the Ocean Sea because so many people from across the seas wind up here. I mean, you enjoy taking a walk around town before you go down to the labyrinth.
Amanin is where we go to rest up, get healed up, and of course, the most important function of all, save the game. I do appreciate that the save screen does feature the actual song from when you save the game from the DS release, because otherwise that song would have been gone. One thing I'll also mention right now is that you might have noticed that there are multiple save files and you just freely select them. Yeah, multiple save files was not a thing in the Etrian Odyssey series until Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold. So it was a late edition, so that's one of the many things that all three of the HD re-releases add to... Yeah, that's one of the things that the HD re-releases add, multiple save files, which is good because, God, I do not like playing the older games where I only have one save file. That's rough. So there are a few other places to go. The Butterfly Bistro, Inverport, but they're not super important right now. You can't really do much of anything in those two areas right now. So let's just go ahead and actually get into the labyrinth. Explorers beware, forest entrance. Starting off from the bottom, or rather the top in this case. It's top in this game. It's only bottom in 2 and 5. The first floor, glorious journey start. Alright, first thing we're going to do, I need that zoomed out a bit. God, that is way too close for comfort. Welcome to the first floor. You step onto the unyielding forest known as the Etrian Labyrinth. Though many explorers have lost their lives in its halls, it is surprisingly beautiful. The breathtaking flowers here are enough to make you feel as if you were simply out for a nature walk. You mustn't let your guard slip even for a moment. Go forth and explore, always remembering that this forest is fundamentally a dangerous place. You might notice from the right side of the screen, we got a bit of a map going. Oop. Alright, forgetting that I swapped to this paintbrush. Good. This is one of the most fundamental aspects of Etrian Odyssey. Without this, it's not really Etrian Odyssey. You have to design your own map. You have to make your own map of the floors you explore, old school dungeon crawler games like the Wizardry series. Wizardry actually is a big influence for the Etrian Odyssey series. We're just gonna make this map pretty easy to read by just marking off anything we can explore as walls. I'd like to get like a little creative with my maps sometimes, at least for like water and like gaps like that, but it's not super necessary. As long as you can read the map, it works. You might notice that little half circle in the space dividing the two halves. That informs you how close an enemy is to attacking you. So before we get into a fight, we're gonna jump in here into the custom menu. Two things. First of all, limits. Custom menu, you can set limit skills on your party members. Only a certain number of party members can use a given limit skill, so be mindful of this. These various limit skills and battles will be advantage when exploring the labyrinth. So those 3 scripts that the guildmaster gave us, those are scripts that when you get a script, you get access to limit skills. He gives us 3, and thankfully, it's enough to keep our party all ready to use limit skills whenever. However, you need to set the limit skills to a certain amount of party members. Cross slash requires 2 people, so we'll be giving that to Alvin and Kage. Donald cross slash is just a basic slash attack when the turn starts. Indomitable, and fatally injured, you will have 1 HP left. Effect ends after battle. Indomitable is basically an endure effect. So on past that, they get to avoid dying once during the fight. We're gonna obviously give that to Ranmaru. And Charge Tactic is the most important of the 3. Raise ally attack for 5 turns at the start of the turn. We're gonna give that to Francesca and Oswald. Those are our limit skills, but we also have normal skills. The custom menu, you can spend skill points to learn new skills. In this game, for each level you gain, you earn only 1 skill point. Use them wisely either to strengthen existing skills or to learn new ones. So this is the big thing about Etrian Odyssey, and this is to me like one of the most important aspects of Etrian Odyssey. You also have full control over the skills that your party members learn. You dictate how you build your characters, like any good JRPG, but man, it's important in this game. There are a few different builds. Of course, we're starting off with Buccaneer, who's probably one of the more awkward characters to talk about in terms of builds, because Buccaneer is honestly a very different class depending on whether you're at the start of the game or the end of the game. We picked a Rapier, so we're obviously going to be mostly sticking to Rapier skills, but Buccaneer is a little awkward in that they actually do want to invest in both Rapier and Gun Mastery, because putting points to both of those is required for one of their absolute strongest attacks, Pincushion. Buccaneers are honestly a little tough. They're very awkward to use early on, but there's a few good things. But they've got their advantages. We're gonna be mostly sticking to having Alvin be a physical fighter, so going to grab Lights Out, and otherwise he's mostly going to be heading towards hanging. Francesca is Sovereign. As I said before, Sovereigns are basically the designated buff members. They're the best at buffing the party. They also have an absolutely amazing field skill in Monarch March, but that's going to take a little bit. For now, we're going to grab attack order. Honestly, attack order is pretty much the most important skill in the Sovereign's kit. Don't really need anything guard order. We are going to eventually get some points in the guard order because you actually do want to get Ad Nihilo before the second Stratum boss, but that comes much later. Yeah, for now we're just going to put... I do actually want to start working towards Monarch March as well, so we'll also put a point of Royal Veil. Kage, the ninjas are weird. They have a lot of, like, very weird skills. They're mostly big on disables, but they're all... The big draw to ninjas, however, is Ninpo Double. That's going to be the #1 thing you really want to work towards. But we do have to give Kage something to work with for right now. We're going to give him Ninpo Daggers, so he actually has something of an attack. And... We're also going to throw a point into Mystic Calm. Mystic Calm is considered a class skill. Believe it or not, class skills are one of the most important skills in determining a class's worth as a main class. That's a topic we'll get into a different time. But just keep in mind that a class that has a good class skill is considered to be a very good class, but there's a bad class skill. They might have some useful other skills, but you'll find that the lack of a good class skill later on does kind of impact their usefulness. That comes later. We'll talk about that later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To have 1 point in Daggers, Mirage, and Mystic Calm. Alright, Ranmaru is the monk. Monks are good at healing, and they also have fist mastery skills, but honestly, for the most part, you're going to be sticking to healing. Remember what I said about class skills? Well, the monk's class skill is Form Chi, a monk skill that adds HP recovery to other healing skills. This has absolutely no effect on their fist skills. So, the end result is that monks wind up being incredibly good healers, but their actual offensive capabilities are actually a little lacking. So, we're going to throw a point to healing, and we're going to throw 2 points into Form Chi. And last for now is Oswald. The Arbalist, like I said, they're basically the bow and arrow class, or rather crossbow class of this game. Oh man, Arbalists are fun. However, for now, for the time being, however, Oswald's going to be sticking to... The thing is that, like, Arbalist, I'm not 100% sure which skill I really want to work towards. Which skill I want to, like, end off on. I want to make the big one. Because he's got the barrage skills, he's got front mortar. But also, in the HD re-release version, Sharpshooter and Snipe are actually fantastic skills. They're not super great in the DS original, but do a certain change made to a certain other skill, Snipe and Sharpshooter actually become absolutely fantastic skills. Now, for now, we're just gonna take 3 points into Giant Kill. Arbalist skill empowering you when enemies have notably higher HP, so this is something that's much more useful for boss fights, but even then, some points in Giant Kill can be good for their damage output at the start of the game. There's one thing you must be aware of. Oh right, this is the step where it's like, hey, by the way, go into your custom menu. If you have some skill adventuring, some 3 skill points should be available to you. Spend them skills useful in the labyrinth, open the main menu with the tab. Select custom and allocate these skill points. Combat, healing, and protective skills will all be essential to survival during your journeys. You may already be aware of this, in which case this advice is happily unnecessary. If so, then hesitate no longer to begin your adventure in this lush green forest. As you can probably tell, you can draw the map with the mouse, though there are also keyboard and controller controls. As you can barely imagine, drawing your map was a lot more intuitive when you were playing these games on DS. Like I said, these games were very much designed for a DS. But honestly, it works. It works in the Steam version. Map controls are fine. Appreciating the roar of the nearby cataract, you find a guard alone at a crossroad. There be newcomers to the guild coming. From the Yggdrasil labyrinth. Guard greets you cheerfully and then motions towards the unmarked map you hold. I should have told you what the send is, but your first task is to map this floor. Mind me while to instruct beginners such as yourself in the cartographic arts. Upon saying this, guard explains slowly and plainly to you how to draw a map. I don't need the map drawing controls. Maybe review it yourself, since there are keyboard controller and mouse controls. I tend to just swap around. I tend to just swap between keyboard and mouse controls. Obviously, mouse for actually doing map stuff and keyboard for most everything else. That concludes your cartography lesson. Draw your map lesson and show me your finished work. Guard then steps back as if to indicate that his duty has been discharged. When you do as the guard says, then venture forth to complete your map or stay and question him. You walk through the lab and you encounter the guard is posted at crossroads. Some questions come to mind, you hesitate whether to ask them or leave him be. Guard turns his head this way and that before answering your question. Said this labyrinth was created following the calamity over 100 years ago. Many were wounded, the old sea was destroyed. Everything suffered that day. Ironically, we used the labyrinth formed by the calamity to restore the ocean city. As speaking his piece, the guard sighs and continues. That's some of our knowledge. We still have no inkling of what lies deeper. I hope that explorers like yourselves will one day master that mystery. Guard then falls silent as a man who has said all there is to say. You continue to engage the card in conversation or leave the spot. Now let's get out of here. I want to get to the game. Here we go. Just have everyone do their thing. Ren doesn't really need to throw a healing right now. We'll see. One thing about the HD re-releases that they add is this, the battle confirmation screen. This was also a feature that was added into Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold, so it was a pretty long time before it came in, but man, this is one of my favorite additions to the series, because I have some bad memories of, accidentally hitting defend or picking the wrong target on the very last person, and without this confirmation screen, the game just goes. One thing you learn very quickly in the older Etrian Odyssey games is to never put your healer in the last party slot, because if you accidentally hit the wrong button, congrats, you just lost that healing that you really could have used. A little bit slower than I remember. Might need to adjust the speed of the game a bit. Bankfish are pretty basic enemies. Nothing to worry about with them. For now, at least. Hey, come on. I think everything else should be good. You know, we're gonna set the movement speed to fast, since you can't just run in this game, sort of. Everything else should be good. There we go, that's a bit more like it. Come on. One other thing that was added to the HD re-releases that was not a thing until much later in the series is context-sensitive buttons. This little treasure chest icon did not open up in the DS original. That was not... Context-sensitive buttons were not added until... Untold 1? Well, Untold 1 I think added in context-sensitive buttons for the stairs. I think Untold 2 was the one that made it so that it also did for treasure chests and shortcuts. Speaking of which, a small crack in the wall before you. A person could just about fit through here. There are shortcuts. Be sure to examine your surroundings closely. In the first stratum here is fairly easy to spot, as there'll be this kind of patch of blue flowers here that inform you when there's a shortcut around. But some of them are a bit harder to spot. Hold on. I will be right back. I'm going to grab myself a drink of water. Okay, I have some water ready for in case I get hit by sudden cough like that again. Oh, here we go again. This one's a preemptive attack, so we don't need to worry as much about using TP, which is good because we don't really have a lot of it. So, admittedly, the animations aren't really much. The thing is, you're kind of supposed to fill in the blanks yourself. Honestly, Etrian Odyssey can kind of be seen as sort of like a single-player D&D game. At least I would say that single-player D&D is a fairly apt descriptor for Etrian Odyssey, since Etrian Odyssey is more about like creating your own party, and like you kind of giving you like the space to think about how your party members react to things, how they do things, how they fight. As you venture through the tree-choked area, you notice that you have come to a dead end. Find an old sign in front of the wall of trees written in large print. Caution! Now all roads to the labyrinth lead ahead. Only explorers who are careful to examine their full surroundings will be able to continue forth. You surmised that the sign, which contains elementary advice, was written for novice explorers. You tip your cap to its wisdom before returning to your investigation. Surprise, there's dead ends in this labyrinth. Ah! Oh, fine, it's fine. Jessica's fine. Don't like the fact that she's the one getting hit. She's the one that I forget if her current skill is the one that, like, if she's at full health or yeah, as recover HP if your HP is maxed at the turn's end. So bah, whatever. That's super important right now. Fortunately, I believe we are getting close to the point where lynxes will show up. Small crevices. Oh yeah. Okay. Oop. Come on. No, nothing. Frogs! Okay, let's get Francesca healed up. Oh, I was really hoping someone would get hit by stats effect. You notice that Alvin and Kage both have stats effect moves, like that which blinds an enemy, and Nimpo daggers can inflict sleep. You'll know, one thing I will say right now, this is one thing I really like about the Etrian Odyssey series, is that you'll find that in most Etrian Odyssey games, status elements are a very important aspect in team building. I feel like a lot of JRPGs, it's very easy to just ignore status effect moves as they generally wind up feeling very unimportant. You'll find that in Etrian Odyssey, you're going to need status effects and binds for that matter. Fine, okay. Also, you might notice that, like, sometimes the text is a little wonky. I think that's mostly due to the, font fix. I think that is mainly due to the font fix. Unfortunately, I don't think there's really anything I can do about that. I'm not sure if anyone's, like, working to, fix the, text formatting since, you know, the nouveau bullshit. Oh god, now everyone gets to see how weird I am about mapping floors. I'm very much the person that needs to generally walk over the floor. I can't just settle for, like, just writing in the walls and, like, just painting the floors with the paintbrush. I need to walk over it most of the time. I'm trying to fight that for the stream, but... So, this is a chop point. No one is probably skilled in chopping vegetation. So, you might have noticed, there were two tabs when I was doing these skills. There's the common, everyone gets these. These are just very basic skills that everyone can access. You would think among the common skills are chop, mine, and take. So anyone can take any of these, but honestly, if you really want to think about gathering, which you should, you actually really should, like, think about gathering skills. Because gathering points are actually a very important part of the game, but even then, don't actually bother to chop, mine, and take. Make a gathering party instead. Once I get out of the labyrinth, I'll just show you, like, the best way to make a gathering party. So we'll talk about that in a little while. Yo, Katrine, how you doing? Thank you for following me, and I welcome you to the Dragonfly Den Guild. Really, it's the guild, because it's very much going to be a guild in this game. It's Etrian Odyssey. That's where the guild came from. Tired as fuck. I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. I'm excited to get to play Etrian Odyssey for people. I'm very excited to get to show this off and try to convince people to play this game. Like to chase Dragonfly. Oh no. Please. Have mercy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Fucking durians. Now the party's gonna start to become a bit more of a problem, as durians are a bit more durable than the standard enemy. For that matter, let's go ahead and use a limit skill on this thing. Okay, good. Made the thing fall asleep so it loses its turn. Don't need to worry about getting slammed by that thing. And everyone else, just go ahead and I'll fight. Thank you for sure, not concerned. So close. Deadly Durian. It's bad enough that Durians stink, now they're out to kill ya. Welcome to the entrance to the labyrinth. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a little afraid now, because I think this is the point where, like, I can occasionally run into lynxes, the strongest enemy on the floor. We're not really ready to deal with lynxes yet. No, let's hold off on Charge Shack until I think I really need it. Oh, was that preemptive? I didn't even realize it. Alright. Like I said, Alvin's mostly going to be just rushing for hanging. If you're wondering why I'm not gonna... If you're wondering why I'm saying he's going to be rushing for hanging and not, like... So the chase skills were kind of supposed to be the Buccaneers' bread and butter skills. Chase skills act as follow-up attacks. This is a thing that... Chase skills were a thing in the previous Etrian Odyssey series, but... For the most part, those were only for elemental attacks. Etrian Odyssey 3 makes it that Buccaneers are supposed to be the chase skill class, but unfortunately, there's some major problems with the chase skills in this game. The biggest thing is that you might notice, Chase Saber, Chase Blow, Chase Thrust, and then if you go down to Gun Master, there's also Chase Flame, Chase Ice, and Chase Vault. They're way too broken up. Notice how all of them, like, max out at 10, because you might notice that, like, all the skills, 0 out of 10, 3 out of 10, out of 5, all that. That's how many skill points you can put into a skill. Having to put 10 skill points into a single skill is already rough, because since you only get 1 skill point every time you level up, so it's gonna take a little while to max out most 10 skills. Trying to do that with the chase skills is rough, especially since chase skills are skills you have to activate. So if you use Chase Saber, you can't take advantage of Chase Blow or Chase Thrust or any of the other chase skills. And the result is that you have to build your entire party around one particular chase. That's not really great, especially later on when you find that chase skills don't really synergize with another very important skill. If for some reason you do want to build a chase party, your best bet is to go for Chase Thrust, as Thrust Pierce attacks are probably the most plentiful types of attacks. Don't even bother touching the elemental chase skills, because there's only like 2 party members that can actually use all 3. There's a few other party members that can use 1, but generally, for the most part, they're not really worth it. Gun skills Buccaneer's gun skills in general kind of get the short end of the stick, because you'll find that you'll get stronger rapiers much sooner than you'll get decent guns. So that's why generally when you see people play a Buccaneer in these games, they almost always stick to rapiers rather than guns. Buccaneers can play as either physical fighters or support-oriented fighter, or support-oriented, very often support. Lights Out blinds an enemy, which can help since blind can make enemies miss, but more importantly, it disables their evasion. But we're also rushing for hanging, which can inflict a head bind. Binds are very important. Binds are very good. They disable an enemy's entire body part, so if there's any skills that rely on said body parts, hanging would be a headbind, so that'd be like a bite or certain magic attacks. It completely locks them out of using those skills. Binds are generally very good. You'll generally want to use, you'll generally find you'll want to use like a head or arm bind in the games. There's also leg binds. They're generally less important since it's, well, I guess like it's more so important in the 3DS games than the original trilogy. I'll keep having Francesca work towards Triumphant Cry and Monarch March. She does have her classical Royal Lineage does regain TP with each new enchantment received, but the problem with that skill is that it only does one. I think it's only like, I forget if it was 1 TP per point, or I think it was only 1 TP per point. So like, you have to get up to 10 in order to get like a semi. So you have to get up to 10 to get like 10 TP up, I think it was. I might actually be wrong on that. It might be like a percentage thing, but you'll find out later on in the game that Sovereigns actually aren't too bad on TP management, and even then you'll find that like just having them chug an Amrita is better. Royal Lineage is not considered to be a very good class skill, unfortunately. Sovereigns have a very, very good skill set. Boss are very important, but Royal Lineage is not super great. Same kind of goes for Trickster. Buccaneers do have some very good skills, but Trickster is a skill that... Well, the thing is, Trickster has a bit more use in the early game, as I think that is since, like, one thing that some people do with Buccaneers at the very start of the game is that they just throw 1 point into Lights Out, throw all the rest of their points into Trickster, and then and then Buccaneer basically has free Lights Out, and then you just slowly work towards hanging for, like, actual firepower at the start of the game. And even then, that's very much an early game build. Going to put another point into Nimpo Mirage, because we are trying to get that Nimpo double as soon as possible. Nimpo double is the huge one. If you're playing a ninja, you're playing for Nimpo double. Rand's going to just keep putting points into Form Chi, since putting points into Form Chi is a very cheap way of increasing all of her healing. But I do want to start working towards Party Heal, and I probably should try to grab Refresh and Unbind fairly soon. As for Oswald, I put 3 points into it. I put 3 points into the Giant Crow already, but really I should also be trying to work towards the Barrage skills, because I do want to do, like, Barrage skills with Oswald. Oh, what the... More mechas. Okay, cool. The very start of the game, so makes sense. Oh, this is the trick I was thinking of where, yeah, okay. That making stuff looks interesting, but this POV does not excite. Yeah. Not a big fan of the first-person dungeon crawlers, I take it. It is very much a first-person dungeon crawler. Like I said, it's very much a game that is... It's like single-player D&D, you're kind of supposed to fill in the blanks yourself. But if that's not really your thing, then I get it. Etrian Odyssey is definitely not for everybody. Okay. You really had to go for Francesca! Come on! Ooh, oh, the early Amrita, okay. Wait, oh, that's right! I forgot there's locked treasure chests in this one. Treasure chest is locked. You'll probably be able to open it at the moment. Okay. Oh wait, that's right, there was a, I just do this for locked ones. Oh shit! Here we go, the Lynx. Lynxes are definitely the toughest enemy on the floor. They will fuck you up. We're definitely going to be popping our limits for this one. I was really hoping we would fall asleep from that. Probably fine, we're probably fine, yeah, with cross-slice, we're fine. Cross-slashing charge tactic does make for a very, powerful way to get rid of Lynxes in the early game, but, if I run into one of those again, I might be fucked. Oop, no. While wending your way through the forest, you stop at a small passage next to the waterfall. As you gaze upon the waterfall in this relatively clear area, a cool breeze washes over you. It might feel nice to rest here for a while, you reflect. I think this is a safe place to rest. Since your current pace is overtaxing, it would be best to take a brief respite here. After all, the air is so clear that you can feel your strength replenishing just standing here. Mind and body both refresh, you resume your journey. So there are random little, like, spots where you can find random little events. Generally, they're nice early on. Most of the time, sometimes Etrian Odyssey will just throw in, like, events that just kind of throw you into a fight. Just to show you that, hey, yeah, the labyrinth is dangerous, don't get complacent. Okay, ow. definitely feels a lot better once you actually have fully explored a map and you could just kind of just run straight through. Oh god, here we go. Here we go. Okay, damn it. That was one of our fighters. Important aspect of Etrian Odyssey. Oh god, knowing when you're fucked and running out. We gotta find a quick way back. We gotta find a quick way back right now. I'm trying to remember if there was... Was it around here, or was it further in where... Yeah, there we go. That's what I remember. Oof. On the edge of the labyrinth, where cats fuck your shit up. Because we did spend some time in the labyrinth. You might have noticed all these little items that we got from killing enemies. Just gonna go ahead and sell them all, and we get some new items in stock. This is the main basic gameplay loop of Etrian Odyssey. Go into the labyrinth, kill some enemies, steal their get their drops, sell them to Napier's firm, and you get stronger items and equipment to buy later. Ooh. Give Kage the... well, I'm gonna swap a few of these people out, just to get new faces in. We'll keep Ranmaru, but otherwise, everyone else is going to be... Let's get some new faces in. Catherine, Mizar, Benny, and Siegfried. So for that matter, I'm gonna do that. Well... Alright, so Hoplites, they are our defenders. They're the tanks of the group. So we're definitely going to immediately want Line Guard. They use spears for combat. You should not be using a Hoplite for combat. They're just not... They just don't have really good damage numbers. Yeah, no, for the most part, we're just going to be... For the most part, we're just going to be, like, rushing for the walls and popping up Line Guard for Hoplite. Mizar is a Gladiator. Gladiators are pretty much the damage dealers. There's some other damage dealing classes, but in terms of damage dealing, Gladiator is the most important of the group. Gladiators can use both swords and clubs, so they have options. They have options in how you kill things. So the thing is that, like, I think for the most part, swords are considered to be the stronger of the two, because the strongest sword skill, Blade Rave, is a much better skill than the club's strongest skill, 9 Smashes. 9 Smashes is a skill that sounds really good on paper, but it's kind of a trap skill. 9 Smashes has a ton of issues. It can actually be incredibly strong. It can be stupid fucking strong. Because you might notice there's a strike attack that whilst one enemy quickly repeatedly. If you put a plane into it, it can trigger up to 2 to 5 times. You can get it all the way up to level 10, which can make it activate up to 9 times in a turn, but one thing you might notice just from looking at the numbers, the minimum amount of hits never goes up. You can use 9 smashes. You can use all that TP for 9 smashes. It can only go twice. But another thing that the game does not tell, well, it does tell you, but it doesn't really give you like the full like story, is that as you get certain milestones in 9 smashes, the accuracy of the skill actually goes down. The accuracy goes down. It gets really low. It gets obnoxiously low. So you wind up with a skill that, it says 9 smashes, but you'll find that a lot of people, you'll find that it has a derisive little nickname in the Etrian Odyssey fan base called 2 misses. You put all these points into 9 smashes, you work towards 9 smashes, you do all this setup for 9 smashes, but it can wind up just hitting twice, or missing twice. In fact, it's more likely you'll miss. If you want to make use of 9 smashes, you need to make use of other mechanics, namely like status elements, or like blind. I talked about blind a little bit. One thing I mentioned is that it does disable evasion, so that makes for a good companion piece. But again, like I said, you can get all the way up to level 10 and 9 smashes. There is no guarantee that you will actually get 9 hits every single time. It's a trap skill. It's rough. Blade Rave is a lot more boring. Rapid slashes at random enemies, but it's a lot more consistent. As it can as unlike Nimble Daggers from Ninja, it can actually hit one enemy multiple times. The accuracy never goes down. It can hit an enemy up to 5 times, and it will actually hit increase the minimum. It will hit like 4 to 5 times. Blade Rave is a bit more boring than 9 smashes, but the consistency is so much better. Granted, if you want to really stick to close for Gladiator, you actually can go for Freezing Blow instead. It's just an attack with Ice Hail. It's just an ice attack, but it's very consistent, and there's ways to help boost it up. Those are just in terms of the Gladiator's, like, normal. Those are just in terms of the Gladiator's attacks. I keep talking about how the Gladiator is the most important fighter. That's because the Gladiator has access to 2 incredibly powerful buffs. One is Berserker Vow. Sacrifice HP to raise physical attack power for 3 turns. So by taking a hit to the HP, you raise the Gladiator's attack damage. The thing is that this gets like, you can lose a lot of HP from this, but the attack boost is no joke. I want to say tops off at like a 90% boost. You almost double your attack powers, Berserker Vow. And the thing is, you can just heal the damage off with a item with a Monk's healing skill, or you can use the Hoplite's Bodyguard skill later on to just ensure that they'll never actually get hit while they're using Berserker Vow and they take the HP reduction. So there's ways to mitigate Berserker Vow, and it's very, very worth taking Berserker Vow. But even more important than Berserker Vow is this little skill right here, Charge. Use 1 turn to increase damage on the following turn's attack. So here's the thing about Charge. This description is slightly inaccurate. They actually gave Charge a bit of a buff for the HD re-release. Now you actually can just use a Charge, and the charge will just stay available until you actually use an attacking skill. This really helps some skills, as some skills had different properties for attacking. Like I talked about the Arbalist Snipe and Sharpshooter, I believe it was. Those are skills that massively benefit from the change to Charge. But even the Charge is very worth taking for any physical fighter, because I believe Charge tops off at a 250% attack boost for the next attack. Is very much a over twice as much damage boost. So it's only a measly 6 TP at max charge level. So almost every single character will just prefer to alternate between charge and their actual attack. Charge is super good. It's super important. You might think that this makes the Gladiator the only, like, damage dealer that's worth anything. But you'll find that there is a way to give... other damage-dealing members Berserker Vow and Charge. That comes later, so don't think you need to stick exclusively to a Gladiator for damage dealing. You can stick out whatever you want. Eventually, if you really want that damage boost, you really are going to want that damage boost. It's so important. You'll find that you can give them Berserker Vow and Charge later in the game. And the Gladiator's class skill is Endless Battle, which is just another damage up. So it's good. More damage is very, very good. So as you can probably tell, I'm just going to immediately rush for Charge with Mizar, or Gladiator. And Betty is our Zodiac. Zodiacs act as the elemental damage dealers of the game. They have all the elemental attacks. Fire, Ice, Vault. But they have a few other little tricks. They have a few tricks that's very unique to them. One of the big ones is Dark Ether. One roll of allies will be able to use skills at no TP cost. It starts off very expensive, but you can knock the TP down to 10 later on. So, here's the thing. You can give Dark Ether to other party members later in the game. And so, like, what most people, myself included, like to do is that they like to give Dark Ether to the ninjas. Because the ninja's class skill reduces the TP cost. It can reduce the TP cost all the way down to a measly 1 TP. And to make matters better, since ninjas can use doubles, they can, like, use Ninpo double, they can just use Dark Ether for the entire party. Because it's a row lining attack. Because it's a row line. A row targeting attack, or support skill. This winds up making ninjas incredibly fantastic TP batteries. That is basically how you get as much time as you want in the labyrinth. But even if you're not super interested in using Dark Ether for your Zodiac, you'd rather keep them on the offensive, it's still worth putting points of Dark Ether because they get Singularity. Damage increases when attacking an enemy's elemental weakness. It gets very, very big, and more importantly, they get their own version of a charge skill, Etheric Charge. Concentrate to increase damage with elemental attacks. Etheric Charge, same deal as normal charge. It's a big boost for very little TP. It's even bigger, actually. I think it's a 300% damage boost. I think it was 200 or 300. It, like, triples how much damage you do with elemental skills. So anyone that uses Fire, Ice, or Vault attacks, which is a Zodiac, but also Gladiator with Freezing Blow, or the Arbalest with their Barrage skills, they want Etheric Charge, because it works on all of them. This Etheric Charge does not have to be a magic-only thing. You can use it for physical attacks that also have an elemental component. So the thing about Zodiacs is that general best way to build a Zodiac, the two best ways to build a Zodiac is to, especially early on, is to basically just focus on getting a point to basically all of their basic attack skills. Fire, the stars, and the binary skills, as they want to make use of Singularity, so they need a lot of attack skills. And the thing is that, unfortunately, the actual attack skills in Zodiacs do honestly scale really poorly. This is kind of a problem with all the this is kind of a big problem with the early elemental attackers in the Etrian Odyssey series. Elemental attack skills tend to scale very poorly. They get a lot better in the 3DS games. For now, though, we're just going to be focusing on getting the at least one level in all of the Zodiac's basic elemental attacks, and then we're just gonna head straight down to rushing for Singularity and Ether Charge. That's early game. Much later on in the game, you'll find that late game, however, most people prefer to just stick to using Meteor. As Meteor's fucking expensive as shit. It's really hard to just rush for, as it requires a very hefty SP investment, but it's good. That's where the real power comes in, especially since it's a multi-target, multi-hit component. For now, though, we're definitely just going to be sticking to the basic elemental attacks on our Zodiac. Siegfried is a wildling. Wildlings are the main source of status ailment and binds. Immediately going to need a point in Wild Mastery. 1 point in Wild Mastery gets us the first set of call skills: Call Bird, Call Snake, and Call Mole. Wildlings work by basically summoning an animal companion to the fight. Unfortunately, they will launch a skill when they first get summoned, and all the animals basically try to inflict a certain status ailment or bind. There's a lot of animals, so Birdsnake and Moral binds, but there's also insects which inflicts poison. There's Owl which tries to inflict sleep. Ooze tries to inflict plague, which is a different status ailment that's pretty much only in Etrian Odyssey 3. Calls paralysis. Elephant is the big one. Elephant's the most important animal of the lot, probably, as this is the one that will inflict confusion on all enemies. Call Elephant is generally the one you want to rush for with Wildling. But then there's also Lion, which Lion and Tiger work a little bit differently in that, like, whereas all the rest of the animals are fairly weak but will inflict very good status ailments, Lion and Tiger are fairly tough. They're much tougher, much harder hitting animals, so they act more like the animals you summon for basic, for like if you want to do basic combat or for bosses, rather than doing status ailment stuff. Lion can inflict stun on enemies, but you'll find that stun is generally a very poor... Stun's a bit different from the normal ailments. There's actually something of an ailment hierarchy. Stun's outside of that hierarchy, but stun's generally not a very good thing to really focus your efforts on. And Tiger actually can... Call Tiger, glare attacks will defeat all enemies. When you use Call Tiger, it will try to just inflict instant death on all enemies. Most of the time it won't work, but it actually is, like, it actually is the centerpiece of a couple of major exploits in Etrian Odyssey 3. We'll talk about those, well, I probably won't ever get to talk about those. I'm definitely not going to talk about them in this part, but that might be something to talk about later. For now, we're just going to be sticking to... Oh, there's also these skills. Alertness. Raises awareness, reduces the chance of being ambushed. This helps you avoid getting ambushed by enemies, which is helpful. Primal Drums and Beast Roar basically act as debuff skills. Primal Drums is actually a decent debuff, since it lowers the enemy's defense. Beast Roar is not super great. Most of the time... There is actually good reason to invest in Primal Drums, but Wildling you might find is not generally the one who likes to invest in Primal Drums. They're a very SP hungry class. Also going to take a point in Dismiss Beasts, as Dismiss Beasts kind of acts as your way to massage the Wildling's TP costs, as Wildlings have very expensive... Wildling's call skills are very expensive, you'll probably notice. We're gonna put a point to Call Snake for the Arm Bind, since Arm Binds can help reduce how much damage enemies deal. And there's a lot of really dangerous arm skills. Dismiss Beast will help make it so that 15 TP cost does not leave you completely high and dry while you're doing normal exploration. Big thing to keep in mind with Wildlings. Alright, like I said before... Ooh, no. Like I said before, Hoplites are gonna want a shield. They kinda can't function without it. So one thing I tend to do a lot in Etrian Odyssey is I try to, people share the equipment when they can. I don't need to be wasting a whole lot of, money on buying equipment for every single person when there's a way to, wait, no one else is using rapier here. What am I thinking? Definitely gonna want to give Miser some sandals. He's really our best. Well, I might as well give other characters the... just so they can make use of it, I guess. Wait, what am I doing? So, like I said, I'm going to be mostly sticking to sword skills for the Gladiator. Well, I didn't really go for a sword skill yet, so I guess he can wait for now. Oh yeah, I forgot. Farmers actually do have, like, their own set of, equipment. There are certain equipment pieces that are just for farmers, like the large hatchet here. That is a farmer-only weapon. That's just a fun little detail. Farmers are not the best party members. They have character, they have heart, but let's face it, you're taking farmers into a excursion into a deadly labyrinth. There's only so much they can do. Honestly, everyone else is good. Okay, there is one thing I am going to buy. Wisdom book for Benny, as she is a... like I said, she is a elemental attacker. She wants tech. Tech is where all the magic attack damage comes in. Since I talked about the farmers a bit, one thing I mentioned is that you should really do is you should make a gathering party. In the very early game of Etrian Odyssey 3, the best way to do a gathering party is to just have 5 farmers. We're just going... I don't really need to make a gathering party right now. That's going to eat up a bit of time. But yeah, one thing I'll say right now is that if you play Etrian Odyssey 3, you'll want to use a gathering party. At the very start of the game, the best way to do that is to pick up 3 farmers. Put their point. You're basically going to be putting all their points into Harvestry, as Harvestry, the farmer's Harvestry skill basically gives you 1 use of Chop, Mine, and Take. It only tops off at 5, but you're still essentially getting 15 uses. You're still essentially getting 5 uses of Chop, Mine, and Take each. So you get about 15 things of that, and then you take 5 farmers, so you can just get a whole lot of Chop, Mine, and Take. It's a much better way of making a gathering party than just doing 10 points into Chop, Mine, and Take from the common skills. The only other thing you really want to do for the very early game with farmers is that you also want to put some points into the common skill Combat Study. As Combat Study basically acts as drip experience. There is no form of drip experience other than putting points into Combat Study. So you definitely want to put some points into Combat Study for a gathering party so that they can actually get experience without having to go through the trouble of actually having to use them in fights. That's stupid. Don't use your gathering party for fights. If you're wondering why I'm not doing Combat Study for anyone else, is because that is 10 SP. That's SP wasted on characters who are going to be fighting whenever they can. Whenever I feel like taking them out to fight, so not something that I really recommend. You really need to be careful with your SP since there's not really a whole lot of ways to get SP other than leveling up. Just go right back where we left off. Ooh. No, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Good job, Manji. We're proud of you. Might be a little distracted right now. Oh, America 2 is early on. I forgot about that. Okay, preemptive attack, so this won't be too hard. I'm gonna hold off on using Volt Star for now. I'm gonna try to conserve as much TP as I can with these people. Oh, I really should have given them. I should have given them a proper weapon. I'm trying to remember if there is like a proper weapon for the Gladiator in the dungeon, since I remember that in Etrian Odyssey 2 there's like a proper katana, so you don't need to buy a katana like for the Ronin at the very start of the game. You know, on second thought, we are going to just pop that Volt Star now. It's a bit more like it. My memory on the early parts of Etrian Odyssey 3 are hazy. I did not really play a whole lot of Etrian Odyssey 3, like... I've been playing more Etrian Odyssey 1 HD recently, and even then I've been kind of slipping on that for the last few weeks. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I've just realized I forgot to set the limit skills. Whoops. This will be fine for now, but that's something I need to do after I get out. Otherwise, that limit building's going to waste. You do need to reset your limit skills after you swap party members. Let's just go ahead and heal Catherine up. Kind of taking some hits. Continue through the forest, you reach a hall where colorful blossoms emit a sweet scent. Feel your flowers sway in the wind, their sweet fragrance grows more alluring. They're resting here to more fully enjoy the flower's scent. Is this the one I think it is? I think this is the one I think it is. I'm gonna hit no on this one. Here we leave the flowers and their cloying set behind, concerned for some hidden danger. I think this is the one where if you stay, you get attacked by a pack of venom flies? It's venom flies in other games, but I think it's something else in Etrian Odyssey 3. This is definitely one of those events where it serves to be like, hey, it's not always safe to hit yes on every single, like, thing in the dungeon. A bit of caution is something to practice in Etrian Odyssey. You slowly grow accustomed to navigating the forest, you find small footprints at a dead end. Footprints lead east, where you can hear something like an animal's cry beyond the bushes. As you carefully peer into the bushes, you find an animal caught in a hanging snare. You hear the cries of its brethren all around, as if in response to its piteous wailing. Oh, I forgot! Set the animal free. As you cut the rope with a knife and remove the trap, the animal nimbly jumps down. The animal is still young. Once it is free, two of its kind that seem to be its parents emerge. You freeze. You see that your luck's about to be put to the test. If your luck fails, the beast will misinterpret your kindness and attack. Beasts glare at you for some time, their hackles raised. Eventually, they slowly retreat. So, I kind of described Etrian Odyssey as being, like, single-player D&D. It's not the most apt of descriptors, but actually in Etrian Odyssey 3, it's a bit more apt, because I think Etrian Odyssey 3 is one of the only games in the series where there's actual random chance events. Like, in this case, the monsters actually seem to have decided that we're cool and left behind, and just kind of went off on their own way. Most of the time when they do that event, they do attack, because they actually can attack you. There actually is, like, an element of random chance for some of the events. I think that's only in Etrian Odyssey 3, though. There's a couple other events similar to this, where there is a random element, but this is, like, one of the only games where that's actually a thing, I believe. I think most other games, like, it's just dependent on the choices you make, or in some cases, like, the characters that you bring. At least I think it was, like, random chance. I don't know if there's, like, there might be some hidden, like, other element to determining whether you get through this fight or not. Watch the animals go as they protect their young before resuming your exploration. Huh. You don't actually get anything for that. Huh. I did not remember that you don't actually get anything for that event. I just swore you got something for doing that, but ah well. Let's show off Berserker Vow for the hell of it. Berserker Vow takes up a certain percentage of HP. It depends on what level it is. Since it's still level 1, Berserker Vow is going to be taking a very small amount of HP, but trust me when I say later on, it's very, very worth your time to take that HP hit. We're only really tasked with mapping the floor, so walk through the labyrinth and encounter the guards posted in the crossroads. Present the parchment upon which you've inscribed your efforts thus far. Guards previously stern countenance laying upon examining your work. Outstanding. You've done a simply wonderful job here. Expression utterly transformed, the guard showers you with effusive praise. Go ahead to the senators and report to them your success to claim your reward. Okay, yeah. Alright, before we head into the Senatus, going to quickly... We're just gonna swap Ran out for Dahlia. By doing this...
Whereas reach me of your success in completing the map. Proving your mettle as explorers strong enough to challenge the labyrinth. I'll authorize the sale of items at Napier's firm which you may find necessary in your travels. I'll also send word to the pier that Guild Manji requires a seaworthy vessel. That should allow you to sail on voyages whenever the seafaring urge may strike. Train yourself in battle in the open seas and gain power enough to someday grant my wish.
500 Ezel and a nice little experience boost. Alright, so I kind of mentioned it before, farmers are not the most fantastic of party members. If you're using a farmer, most of the time you're just using them for a gathering party, but they do have a few other skills that's worth talking about. The farmer's class skill is Earth's Bounty, which increases the experience points gained for all of your allies. It's a decent class skill, but at the end of the day, it's basically a class skill that serves to offset the fact that you're using a farmer on your main party. You'll find that there's not really much of a real reason to use a farmer on your main party, unfortunately, as farmers don't really have super fantastic skills. One of the funniest skills they do have, though, is Horseplay. Shirk responsibility until an hour passes. This is a skill that only serves to waste an hour of in-game time. Because there is a clock system, as you might have noticed. That's silly. You can just use a skill to waste an hour. It's not super helpful as like nothing else really moves. While you wait for the hour, you can't use this to manipulate, like, certain enemy behaviors. It's just for, like, if you want to, like, waste time. Like, presumably to, because there are certain reasons why you might want to, like, only explore, like, certain times. Namely, well, more so, like, it's if you want to explore either in the day or the nighttime. Even though a lot of the time, it's honestly just better to, rest at the inn for that. Other than that, the most useful skill that Farmer has is this one right here, to market. Takes you back to town quickly. This basically means that you don't have to worry about buying a particular item. And I should probably actually show off first before I get into that. Since we've completed the first mission,
I see you've successfully completed the Senatus's orders. I received their notification. You see, there is one item that may only be sold to explorers authorized by the Senatus. It's called an Ariadne thread. When you're lost or wounded, it used to be teleported back to Amarode. You should always have one with you in the labyrinth from this point on. Say all you want, though, and do not give them out for free. There's no percentage in that. By clearing the first mission, we can finally buy Ariadne threads. These are one of the most important items in the game. Because the Ariadne thread makes it so that if you get into a really tough spot in the labyrinth, you can just teleport straight out of there. No having to, like, run all across the map, run all the way down to the very first floor, and run down to, like, the stairs. Just pop one of these and you're out. Though, you do have to buy them, and they are 100 Entel, so one thing you can do is you can just take a farmer. As long as you keep their TP above 13, you just have an on-demand Ariadne thread. To market the most important skill in the farmer's repertoire, but there are a few other skills that are worth talking about. Rare Shine makes it so you don't have to worry about trap floor damage. It says trap floor damage, but there are two different types of trap floors. One is obviously damage, the other one just slows you down. Rain or Shine just disables both completely. Save Stroll eliminate enemy encounters for a limited number of steps if you are the type of person who cannot play Pokemon without repels. It's more so important for your gathering party, as your gathering party has no real reason to ever get into a fight. I would not recommend taking this for your main party, even if you are using a farmer in your main party for some reason, because every fight that you're intentionally avoiding is experience points you're not gaining. And trust me, you don't want to be grinding in this game. Grinding is not super fun. The thing is that grinding in the early Etrian Odyssey games is a little tough. Like, Etrian Odyssey 1 basically did not have a good grinding method at all. The best grinding method in Etrian Odyssey 3 does require a certain exploit, but that is much, much, much later in the game. We're not going to be touching that anytime soon. Another skill they have here is Camp Mastery. Revive and cure petrified camps. Etrian Odyssey 3 is the only game in the series that has these special designated campsites. We'll learn more about that on the next floor.
Of course, Camp Mastery is also worth taking because putting 5 points into Camp Mastery gets you this skill, Slap Awake. Revive an ally, used only from the main menu. Slap Awake is actually a pretty good field skill, as you can revive a character for most of their HP, as even one point is just like a revive that does not require you to use the actual reviving item, a Nectar. But it stays at 5 TP the whole way through, so later on in the game, they can just revive an ally for a piddly 5 TP and get them back up into fighting shape. No other healing required. Sadly, the saddest part about Slap Awake, though, is that apparently, like, in early builds of the game, Slap Awake was actually, like, originally going to be able to be used even in battle. That actually would have made farmers really good, as 5 TP full revive would have actually made farmers really good for, like, the actual party, but no. At some point they decided, nah, that's too much. We can't let farmers be that good. We'll just make it a main menu, skill only, which, ugh. Sad. It's so sad. Farmers get shafted in Etrian Odyssey 3. They do appear in a couple later games, namely Mystery Dungeon 2 and Nexus, the very last games. They are actually really good in those games, but Etrian Odyssey 3, yeah, no. Farmers are basically farmers going into a dangerous labyrinth. They are not super good. They're funny. They're quirky. They have a couple of, like, funny skills. I like this one, Sympathy Pain. Status elements you are affected by can be shared with the enemy. Because here's the thing about Sympathy Pain. Here's a fun little fact about Sympathy Pain. The numbers are a little fucky. Because, like, it's a percentage. So, like, there's a certain affliction rating on, like, Sympathy Pain. It's all normal through, like, 1 through 9. I need to actually pull up the actual numbers somewhere. I don't remember. But I do remember the very last number, level 10. Because, like, the affliction rate for, like, 1 through 9 is, like, very basic, like, single or double digit infliction rates, like 10, 15, 30, I forget exactly, like, where it stops. Like, you know what, hold up, I need to pull up my, info, because I know, I don't remember if I actually, like, saved that on my phone. I might not have, but the thing is that, like, when you put Sympathy Pain up to level 10, the infliction rate jumps up from a double digit all the way up to 999% infliction rate! So you're basically going to hit an enemy with whatever ailment your farmer has. Guaranteed! It's so funny! It's so funny that just jumps for, like, normal numbers to 999. The thing is, Ninja actually has a similar skill. The Nimpo Mirror actually does a similar thing, but instead of it being, like, an ailment that the Ninja is currently afflicted with, it can actually just take an ailment that another enemy has already on it and just give it to other enemies. It's the same numbers, so it just jumps up to 999% at level 10. I need to see. Okay, yeah. So, like, level 1 Sympathy Pain is a 60% infliction rate at level 1. It goes to 63, 66, 70, 74, 78, 82, 86, 90% at level 9. So these are already, like, pretty good infliction rates. And then level 10, 999% infliction rate is basically going to hit anything with whatever ailment it's got, the farmer has. Unfortunately, like I said, the farmer has to be afflicted with said ailment, which means it's nowhere near as good as the ninja's version, as there are certain ailments that they just cannot act at all, like confusion and sleep. In other words, the elements that you actually really, really, really want to hit the enemy with. but it's just so funny. It's so funny. Oh. It's so funny that I just have to go for it. Took a point to call Snake, but really I do want to... Do I want to rush for Call Elephant right away, or... Oh yeah, and Siegfried's class skill, Beast Soul, is basically like... Actually, it is pretty decent, because I think the deal with Beast Soul is that, like, it also does increase, like, the infliction rate of... Or was that Wild Mastery? No, that was Wild Mastery. So Beast Soul isn't super great. It's good. Beast Soul is really good if you want to go for Call Lion and Call Tiger, but otherwise Beast Soul is just... It's just mediocre, honestly. Wild Mastery, however, is very worth, like, maxing out, as it does increase the beast's ailment success rate. So it does, and trust me, you want the help with Etrian Odyssey 3, because while I do say that Etrian Odyssey games are very good about making ailments and binds very good, Etrian Odyssey 3 actually does introduce a new mechanic that was not in the last two games that actually does make ailments and binds a lot rougher than they were in the previous game. Well, in 2. They were honestly pretty rough to use in Etrian Odyssey 1. 2 made them stupid good, but 3 kind of made them, like, a lot worse. There's a mechanic in Etrian Odyssey 3, and really all the games after it, but it's nowhere near as bad in 3, called Accumulative Resistance. I've talked about Accumulative Resistance a few times, namely in Persona 4, I believe. I honestly do love the idea of Accumulative Resistance, but in 3, it's implemented really roughly. I'll talk about more when I get back into dungeon exploring, so I'm wasting a lot of time here. I know if there's a way to, like, well, you can't do it now. Oop, no, come on. Yeah, might as well I'm just gonna stick to rushing for charge for now. I probably should honestly, like, go for... too late now. Alright, since we finished the first mission, let's actually drop by those 2 places I didn't go before. Starting with the Butterfly Bistro. Relax, seeking the sights.
Ah, hello, see you! You're the Magic Guild, yes? I've heard this. In the Butterfly Bistro, you can talk to people and take on side jobs called requests. There are all kinds of different jobs for monster hunts I am collecting. You can send the request and complete the mission and report back to me. When you do, I will then give you the reward that the client gives me when they put it up. Doing these requests might make you some easy cash. I'll keep getting more and more requests as time goes on, so come back here lots, okay? That's pretty much it. Do you want to be taking on one of the requests right away?
So the Butterfly Bistro is where you get side jobs, requests.
That request, eh? Oh yes, do try that one. It is most decidedly easy.
You might notice that our bartender here, I forget if it was Missy or Misty. She's got a little bit of a broken dialect going. That's intentional. It gives her a lot of personality. So she's one of the more interesting bartenders in the series. The only other bartender I think is really, like, interesting is Etrian Odyssey 2's Cass. Cass is great.
I want to make a new menu item here at my bar, and I'm needing ingredients. This requires 1 frog chicken and 3 slimy legs. And most sure you can gather them by killing forest frogs on the first floor. I've been counting upon you, yes? Good. Now, hop to it!
And the Fisherman's Rest.
Well, you're accepting this request, yes? It's easy, so it's perfect for you. Mine is Bill, an infamous fisherman who is known for being a lazy oaf. He says he is wanting a safe place to sunbathe. I bet he's looking for a nap spot. He may be finding such a perfect spot somewhere on the first floor, yes? Flag up with him and let me know, yes? That'll be the end of this. You'll be running along now, adventurers. I can be counting on you.
You can also talk to other patrons here. If you folks been out to sea yet, if you're on the water, try catching some fish. There's all kinds of fish around Amarode. If you catch any folks at the port, will pay handsomely. The rarer you catch, the more you'll rake in. Give it a try.
Ain't seen it before. New explorers, I take it? Alright, then here's some advice. Did you know if you eat monsters a certain way, they'll drop different stuff than usual?
This is very much a mechanic, conditional drops.
Then you gotta kill fire, maybe defeat them while their arms are bound. That kind of thing. And all sorts of secret tricks like that to get good treasure. If you wanna know them, just ask. I'll give them away for free, but you buy me a trick or something I'll gladly spill for you.
So he's touched on a very important mechanic in the Etrian Odyssey games, conditional drops. Some enemies have special drops that you can only get by killing them a certain way, or inflicting them with certain ailments before you kill them. This makes enemies and this makes fights with enemies more interesting and makes status ailments much more worth taking, as some enemies drop some very important items depending on their conditional drops. It can also be a great way to making some fights and conditional drops fucking hell. Oh, do not fucking talk to me about curse. Do not fucking talk to me about the curse ailment. Oh boy. We're not gonna get to that today. Maybe if I ever do come back.
Yo, haven't seen you all around. Are you new around here? Great. Come on, stay here next to me.
These are challenge labyrinth when I was your age too. You gotta start from the first floor. No shortcuts. No shortcuts yet. Speaking of which, have you seen any great lynxes? Sharp claws can rip rookies in half. We can get fire, but that doesn't make them any easier. It's good practice for beginners. There's a famous phrase around these parts. Great lynxes are where rookies become explorers. Alright, you got me. I just came up with that a second ago. Harper's Troubadour Wolfram?
Travelers new to Amarode, are you? Many such as you have been asking after the labyrinth lately. I'm Wolfram, a troubadour.
Hey, troubadours aren't in this game. Get with the program. Go back to Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2. You're a sovereign here.
I've wended my way from the far north all the way to this ocean city. I've been here a long time. I may have a few words of advice about challenging that place.
Oh yeah, this is where you get all your lore.
Say where you stand as the world-famous ocean city of Amarode. A free city of clear skies and white clouds, an endless sea, and a vibrant eclectic culture.
Eclectic.
Freedom can't exist without order. This country does have a royal family. Sadly, the mono-royal family has been reduced to mere figureheads.
But who then governs Amarode? The aristocrats of the Senatus, led by a fearsome old crone.
Consider to be the true power behind Amarode. They almost certainly mirror yourselves. There's more to Amarode's royal family than that, but let's leave that for another time,
Calamity.
This ocean city of Amarode was once a grand capital where science and technology flourished. Around 100 years ago, the center of Amarode was suddenly swallowed by the ocean. Afterwards, the rippling waters became tidal waves, the gentle breeze gave way to earthquakes. Amarode's advanced technology was sunk, which ended diplomatic relations with nearby countries. It's been a long road to recovery for Amarode, but even today, it's nowhere near where it once was. Not since the Calamity. If you ask anyone here, you'll get nothing but a stony silence. And again, that's just because no one knows exactly what went on 100 years ago. It wasn't all bad, mind you. After the Calamity, a labyrinth was revealed, drawing explorers here. Though the Senatus had other reasons for gathering explorers, but that tale can wait for now.
Princess?
Glad you asked! That's the most popular story of the day. I appreciate a tip for the telling. The sobriquet of the porcelain princess comes from her pure white, shining skin. Her voice is like music from the harps of the goddesses, radiant enough to tame monsters. But even the goddesses wouldn't linger in her presence for having to compete with her face. She is Princess Gertrude, a lovely goddess of Amarode in her own right. Her visage is the stuff dreams are made of, though mind you, I've never seen her in person. Each successive princess in Amarode is named Gertrude. I'll tell you the reason later.
I don't even think he actually does tell us the reason, now I think about it. I don't remember ever getting that one. But yes, there is a Princess Gertrude. Maybe we'll get to meet her at some point later in the game. And speaking of turn, let's protest. My profession requires me to sing loud and long. But I jest. Come again, explorers, if you wish to hear my stories.
Welcome! You're... Manji! I know it! I remember it clearly! I do know my customers here at the Butterfly Bistro. Have a drink and have fun!
I imagine Missy has a voice very much like I imagine Misha from Katawa Shoujo has. Might be the hair, though. Might just be the hair. Butterfly Bistro is where we mainly get advice and side quests, but in Report... Port of Embarkation. Ah, members of Manji! This is Inver, Amura's largest trade port. Or what's left of it. The calamity struck a century ago, the topography changed, and commerce ended. Since then, many have worked to reopen trade routes, but nobody can get ships out past these currents. That's why the Senators and I are asking explorers to set sail and create new sea charts. Rewards are handsome indeed. If you can chart a course from here to the north, it'll be worth it. I've even gotten them to lend you a ship exclusively for Manji's use. Got a name in mind? Ah, please name your ship. Oh shoot, what am I naming the ship? Chat, give me name suggestions for a ship. Only 8 characters, unfortunately. Because yes, we do get to actually sail on a ship in this game. That's one of the things that was added for Etrian Odyssey 3. That was not in the previous 2 games. There is actually sailing segments in Etrian Odyssey 3. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little mixed on them, but some people might honestly find it interesting. I'm a bit more of a fan of 4's version, where it's an airship instead of a sea ship. But there's also major mechanical changes in 4. While I wait, going to quickly check on something. No suggestions, then? Okay. What did I name my bow in, my DS game? I don't actually remember, it's been a long time. You know, I know I probably did. I probably named the boat, like, I think I remember why I named the boat in, my DS game, because I was actually trying to do, like, I actually thought a bit more about, like, the, No, wait! No, that's right! That's why I named the boat! Hold on! I forgot about that stupid-ass name! The SSSOS! I forgot about that stupid name! That's so good! You're the first kid we've given a ship to, but most seem to care about the fishing money. You're different, though. We'll be counting on you to restore Amuro's name as the Ocean City. Ah yes, you also need to load food in your ship. Provisions determine how far you can range. This isn't very tasty, but it'll keep you going. You gotta learn the ropes of charting the sea. Gain some biscuits. Also, it's a little threadbare, but you should take this flag as well. It's a good luck token commonly hoisted by fishermen praying for a big catch. Your objective is to fill in the sea map, but voyages get pretty costly. They propose a deal. When you notice fish during your voyage, catch and bring them back. That'll bring in a bit of income. Just make sure you keep your eyes on the real prize. So, the thing about... So yeah, there's actually a sailing... There's actually a bit of a sailing game in, Etrian Odyssey 3. Biscuits allow you... There's actually a turn limit when you go out sailing in Etrian Odyssey 3 on a ship. Biscuits are the most basic food preservation of all, only have measly 6 turns, but they cost very little money, only 10 Ensel. Fishing flags. Mosh flags to bring good fishing luck when it's hoisted. Doesn't cost anything, and you get extra fish when you actually find the fish. Thank you for the sail will cost 10 Ensel. Great voyage! So after the vast ocean and the small ship you received, your duty to chart the boundless ocean recording its shores and shoals on your map. Decide to start with the area around Amuro to get used to navigating the seas. Your objective at sea is to chart the vast oceans you explore. I don't remember this. I don't actually do like ship sailing with my own like time playing Etrian Odyssey 3 HD. And it's been a long time since I really thought about this. I'm not super hot on this, but some people might find this a bit more interesting than I do, since there is a bit of a puzzle component to this. So yeah, like I said, you have a turn limit depending on what type of food you bring on the journey. You can turn for free. Unseen enemies will be visible but not charted. It takes no turns. You have to chart the sea just like you have to chart the labyrinth. And there's fish swimming around. Actually doing fishing requires no turns. First things first, we don't need to be going back to Amuro anytime soon. Boarding your ship and setting sail from Amuro, you come across a small island. Through your spyglass, you can see Marines from Amuro gathered around, seemingly hard at work. You can disembark here and talk to them or continue on your way. I mean, yeah, let's talk to them. Disembark, but the Marines are too busy with their own tasks to notice you. Decide against pestering them and return to your ship. Ah! You have a small deserted island just ahead of your position north of Amuro. Mark the island on your map and attempt to set sail where the trees suddenly sway. Though you may be nearby, wonder if you should start to investigate or continue sailing. I mean, there's nothing else we can really do at this point, so disembark and come across a flock of Amuro sheep with brown wool and spiral horns. From the rear of the flock, you hear the unexpected voice of a man.
This is an island of wild Amuro sheep. You came by boat, didn't you?
The old man emerges from behind the flock, sees he lives on this island as a shepherd. Explains that the sheep's pen has deteriorated and he needs good cedar wood to fix it. The old man asks if you bring back some Amuro cedar found west of the Ocean City. Make note of his request in your logbook, but you can't be sure when you'll get to it. Unfortunately, we have no more turns, so thankfully, just going back to town is no cost. West of Amuro, he said, so we're not making that, so... Does at least make this voyage a bit more worth... Ah, it moved, damn it. That's some fish. Riku's required in the voyage are... 6 flying fish. Nice. You can get a bit of money, so it's not a complete waste to explore around the area. Go for fishing. Like fish that lays its eggs on the beach. Probably be trying to actually report discoveries and stuff. Ah, if I recall correctly, you're the novice adventurers from Manji, correct? We find the interesting labyrinth. Its grandeur and depth is like the greatness of the sea. Remember, you've been tasked with an important mission on these seas. Don't get too preoccupied. I shouldn't worry though, you're young yet. I'm sure you can take on both the labyrinth and the seas. Let's see if we can get to that one down there. Oh yeah, that's right. There's also these currents here. Is that really a faster way to... Oh no, that's undo. We don't want that. I'm trying to remember if I can even get to... Ah. Ooh. Oh, giant lighthouse to the west of Amuro towers over the surrounding seas. The lighthouse stood there for ages, its majestic bearing always visible. If you visit the lighthouse, there's really go on your way. So we have a bit of a goal now. We have a little bit of a goal to get to that lighthouse, but it's a little far away, huh? Looks like your investigation is going well. I expect no less from you guys. Remember the Scandalia Lighthouse. Before the calamity, it was a beacon of commerce. Ever since, this light has been extinguished by a bird monster nesting there that attacks ships. So not only are sailors forced to go without its light, we can't even get close enough to repair it. Maybe he has a blind spot, so to speak. Would you guys be capable of finding a safe route there? Marines on small islands to the north have a stock of dried peas they could share with you. Ow, that's what the secret was. I was trying to remember that. It's been so long since I've done the sea stuff. With those, you can sail further. You can get to the beacon with dispatched combat engineers. There's a crucial part of restoring Amuro. I wish you the greatest success. Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be any other way to go. There's no, like... Here we go. Seaman who would watch you disembark addresses you. What? What brings you to this tiny island? I make dried peas here, shop for the Marines. Explain you need dried peas to reach the lighthouse. Really now? Well, that's the case. I'm more than willing to share some with you. They're long-lasting in the hold and the stomach. Marines and labyrinth guards both love them. They all come in handy if you're out to explore the sea lanes. You thank the seaman for his dried peas and return to your ship. Not really a whole lot else to do around here, though. Let's avoid the small island near Amuro, shows no sign of human habitation. Still need that, cedar wood. Dried peas, a whole 2 extra turns. But this might be all we need. But this is all we're going to need to... Chow jumps to the top of the lighthouse up ahead. But then he turns out to be a monstrous bird that's claims its territory as its own. Monstrous bird flies past you, causing a strong gale for turning its talons on you. Oi! Monstrous bird destroyed your ship! Well, fuck! Yeah, so going straight for the lighthouse like that, not the best of ideas. However, oh, but that's... Well, this isn't gonna work. I need to do the cedarwood thing first? Oh. When the ocean wind in your sails, you discover a coniferous tree growing along the southern coast. This is the secret. Closely, you see they are Amarot cedars, well known to yield good quality lumber. If you like, you may cut one down. You take a saw in your hands and sets to work felling a tree. If it comes down with a crash, you load it onto your ship and return to your voyage. That was the secret, okay. Fortunately, from here... Wait. Hold up. Well, that just gives it away automatically, then... Oh, okay, yeah. Besides the hunger sheep cheese, a delicacy beloved of sailors on long voyages. Thank the old man lead the island in search of more unmapped regions to explore. Doing that for him gives us sheep cheese. Now, this is a bit more like it. 18 turns. Cheese made from the fermented milk of wild sheep. Fortunately, this stuff's starting to get a bit more expensive. This is honestly the big thing I don't like about this the sea stuff. This is the big thing I don't like about the sea exploration. It costs Entel to embark on a journey every single time. I'm not super huge on, like, this Entel... I'm not super huge on getting Entel, like, taken away from me every time I try to engage with the puzzle. Did I fuck that up? Hold up. I'm not screwing around with that right now. Near one of the main islands that surround Amarod. The feature of this island, but on close inspection, you see that something was washed ashore. This is one of the dolphin statues that were once attached to fishing vessels for luck. I think that may prove useful. Decided to salvage it and return to Amarod. Interesting. This definitely goes its own way, but for now we want to... I forgot about the whirlpools! Oh god! Oh, it's fine. We're just going to be going up this way. If you, yeah, no, don't jump in the whirlpool. Definitely do not jump in the whirlpool. That is just death. Ship finally reaches the lighthouse, feared by many to be a nest of monsters. After knowing this location, which none have dared near for over 100 years, you return to Amarode. Day of Amarode's return to glory is now one step closer. Wherever the sailors on guard, you've done a great thing here, members of Manji. Taking the way to the lighthouse is the first step restoring our city, and we have you to thank. Each battle will see Amarode restored his former glory, or better even. Here's your reward. It's a foremast great for catching the wind. Try it out on your ship. Equipping a foremast ship's moving distance will always be +1 space. So this is how you kind of get a bit more out of sea exploration. Foremast is +1 space. Thing is, it is very strictly +1 space. You kind of lose a... You will always go 2 spaces with this thing unless you hit an island or landmass or whatever. Anything that stops you. Or moves you like the tide, like the pushing tides do. Also, now you've just got a route to the lighthouse. We can take out the monster bird there. We've already had quite a few pop-blood adventurers gathering in the port to try their luck. If you're ready, you should try lending them a hand. Quests called Oceanic quests can be accepted at the port. These quests can be played by connecting with other players and cooperating with them. I said it before, I'll say it again, Etrian Odyssey 3 is one of the only games in the entire series that has an actual multiplayer component to it. This is a thing that you can do even on the DS. This was also on the DS. You could do like wireless communications with your buddies, and you could actually team up to fight Ocean Quest boss. Do Ocean Quest boss fights. If you're attending the quest alone, bring the adventurers who issue the request to the port. Try selecting an Oceanic quest from the menu and see what you think. Yeah, co-op. Connect to the internet, cooperate with the 5 players complete quest. I forget if you can do like just any random person like over Wi-Fi, the internet, or if it's just like a friend thing. I forget, but for now we're only doing solo. The NPC characters along a quest at sea. So one thing to know about Ocean Quests here is that you always get the option to save your game before you do when you like start to do an Ocean Quest. Wait, that does remind me though. Hold up. Oop, no. Sandalia Lighthouse stands close to Amarode. For years it had dutifully sent its layout to sea, but now is only a nest of monstrous birds. You get 3 options when you're doing a solo quest. So the thing about the 3 options is that it determines how many NPCs you get for taking on the quest. Since you do get NPC allies when you're doing solo, you have to take on an NPC ally. You can't just do it with just your main party. First, it's pretty much always the same for every sea quest. You get 1 NPC ally with the first request, 2 for the second one, and 3 for the third one. Which quest is the best for taking on when you first do this always depends on the actual bosses you're taking on. I want to say Stargazer is actually like the better of... I want to say Stargazer is actually the best one for taking care of the first boss. Make no mistake, you can and should do all 3 versions of the quest. In fact, honestly, you probably should. And in fact, you will find yourself doing at least one of them twice for reasons. All of the stars are marvel at their power, but we Zodiacs have learned to harness it. The choice of star is key, and I like to view them from the top of a lighthouse to refine my skills. Ooh, we might be a little underleveled for this, but we'll at least try this first. You don't really get a whole lot of information about the NPC allies who come along with you. But we have Castor and Pollux here. Very, very specific name choices here. One is a Zodiac, the other is actually a monk. So they're honestly they're actually probably like the easiest quest to do this ocean quest with. Gonna be bringing in Catherine, Mizar, and our own Zodiac, Benny, to do this fight. Let's see if I can even win this. Wait, what am I doing? Invite the brothers who are your clients into your party and travel to the Scandalia Lighthouse. As you reach the top of the ruined lighthouse, you find a giant bird monster glaring down at you. This must be why the brothers requested your protection. Now bravely take your weapons in hand to challenge the nightmare being its wings above you. All ocean quests basically act as additional boss fights, though a few of them do have a little extra, though a few of them will also have extra normal enemies before you can actually do the actual boss fight. But generally, if you're doing an ocean quest, come prepared for a boss fight. Oh, really? Dodge the starts? Come on. No. I'm pretty sure Megarino Scano is weak to Volt attack. Oh! Okay, no, maybe it's weak to fire attacks. I didn't. Or I'm just really under. I also could just be really under level for this fight. That's also a very strong possibility. Ooh, yeah, we are not doing super great. He's still got Berserker Vow up. No need for that to fall off, we can help it. He's mostly going for Castor and Pollux, so I'm not too concerned about healing for keeping Catherine's shield up for now. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this. Okay, yeah, we're fucked. Gonna need a lot more. Gonna need a few more levels than this. I forgot they have Amritas they can just eat for themselves. Oh god! I forgot I can inflict panic on people. Oh no! Yeah, no, there's no way. Yeah, we're gonna need a few more levels before we can say we're ready to take that bird on. It doesn't help that I'm not really building Mizar. It doesn't help that Mizar is definitely not like 100% combat ready. I should probably get him an actual weapon. He's not gonna be doing super great with without an actual sword. You know what? You know what? Let's have some fun. Let's have some dumb fun with this, We'll give him the Makana Club instead. Really do that, but I'll probably swap them out and bring in some different people for... Now, most of these characters are level 3 right now, so we'll just go back to... what we had before. I've already got the buckler. You know what? I bought the Makana for him, but... But the monk can also make use of clubs, so we'll just have some fun with letting her use a club for now. Give her a bit more firepower, since I am going to keep her on the front line for now. I guess I'll just hold on to the daggers just in case. So, I will say there is a storage. There is a storage in Etrian Odyssey 3. Actually, I think like all 3 of the HD re-releases have it. It was not in the original versions of 1 and 2, but the HD re-releases did add them. 3 did have a storage, but unfortunately, it does cost money to actually store items. So, 200 Entel is a little bit of a pretty penny in the very early game. So I don't really recommend making use of storage, like, in the games. You're honestly just better off holding on to the items, since you're probably fine on storage. Admittedly, while it never gets any bigger than 60 spaces, you're probably fine. Now let's just head back into the labyrinth and head back up to see if we can get to the next floor, because the next floor is where I want to show off something. Before we find a guard below some trees off to one side of the path, we notice as you're approaching, he hails you with a cheerful expression. You report to the Senators, have you? That means you have the right to go on ahead from here. Now of your accomplishment, I'd like you to have this. The guard pulls a small metallic hammer from backing from his wrist, his waist, and offers it to you. Forging hammer. Enhancing one's weapons is common practice for explorers in Armor Road. If you seriously intend to explore the labyrinth, you should consider doing the same. I'll finish this by giving you not 1, but 3 heavy hammers, which you gracefully accept. I guess one thing I will also mention is that you can just hit Z whenever you want to, you know, take away the map size of the screen. It makes the screen look a lot more like the DS version, where they're off to the side rather than just taking up the whole ass screen. May forge a Napier's firm if you possess hammers. May forge convert the innate effects of a hammer onto a weapon to strengthen it. When you get a chance, bring your hammers to Napier's firm to try the process out. Regards to give his gift, he calmly points out the path and moves out of the way. They proceed at pace or return to town and experiment with your new hammers at the firm. So Etrian Odyssey 3 was the first game to introduce forge for your equipment. Okay, I did that. I wanted to show off that you can just get rid of this map screens whenever you want. But for the most part, I'm just going to keep them on screen. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to make it take up less than half of the screen. Oh! Hey. Oh, what am I doing? Leave up this way where... Oh. Ah! I had not set the limit skills again, damn it! Ooh! Getting a little complacent now. That's gonna get me killed. Ooh, a Bravant, okay. Which one was Feather Armor again? Okay, yeah, that's just decent medium armor. Make sure our healer stays alive as much as possible. Oh, uh-oh. Hold up. I've got to do the limit skills again, damn it! Oh no. Oh no. Alright, talked a little bit about blind. One thing I've not talked about, I don't want to, like, overload this part with, like, all information. Like, there is an ailment hierarchy. I'm not gonna get super into it. I feel like I've already, like... I feel like I'm, like, doing too much information and not enough, like, talking about, like, why I actually love this game. Okay, yeah, here's the stairs. Besides, you're about to see one of the most important parts of Etrian Odyssey in just ahead. Yeah, no, there's no shortcuts around here. Oh no! Oh no, the platypus! Oh, that's dodge. Oh no! It's like an actual platypus. No, wait, no. It had poison tail. I think platypus is poisonous in the claws, and even then, it's only like. Was it only males or was it only females? I remember the tidbit from Persona 4. I don't remember which one. But yeah, platypus inflict poison on you. They're little shits. With your first steps into a new floor, your spirits are high as you advance through the forest. However, a sudden sharp voice calls to you from behind. Hold, explorers! As much as you should know to survive these depths, heed my advice. Turn to find a young explorer before you. His blonde has a stern look that hints at greater maturity than his youth would suggest. Is this your first time on the second floor? He asks as if gauging your mettle. Though he is alone, his presence is somewhat fearsome. You wonder how best to respond. What? Me? I'm quite experienced, thank you. You tell the man that you're experienced explorer, to which he gives a clearly mocking smile. Ah, pardon me. I'm here to give advice to newcomers, advice which you veterans would need. The man who is clad in a red outfit of foreign design shifts his gaze to the forest ahead. Those who come here swaggering in triumph on the first floor usually die at that beast's hand. Follow the man's gaze to a powerful monster, the likes of which you've never seen. But who, save novices, would make such an error? Veterans like you should have no worries. The mocking smile does not leave the man's face as he disappears from view into the forest. Oh, that's right, if I do that, then he's all like, oh, clearly you don't need my help, and you don't get any actual information about the FOE. But, you know, we're totally experienced explorers! Big, scary, deadly monster! Let's kick its ass! I don't even need the limit skills! We're fine, right? We're totally fine. We'll have Francesca, not the Amaria. Pop a Nectar on Oswald. You know, just a little setback. Just a little setback. Oh, the blind already fell off. I'm so fucked. You don't need skills. It's just gonna fucking slaughter us. Well, meet an FOE, gang. Me and FOE chat! Do not fucking fight an FOE when you first find them. They'll fuck your shit up. They're one of the most iconic parts of the Etrian Odyssey series. I'll let the dude give a bit more of a proper explanation of FOEs, but yeah, FOEs are just big-ass monsters, basically mini-bosses that are just kind of hanging around, walking around, doing their own thing. But if you want to get into a fight with them early on, that's a really poor idea. For the most part, FOEs are meant to be obstacles to avoid rather than overcome. And who are you exactly? Man seems surprised and amused to have this question answered with another question. Me? I'm not the one you should concern yourself with right now. The monster ahead is... The man who was clad in a red outfit of foreign design shifts his gaze to the forest ahead. Those who come here swaggering in triumph on the first floor usually die at that beast's hand. Follow the man's gaze to a powerful monster like the which you've never seen. If everyone was smart enough to pack away from fights they clearly can't win, there'd be no issue. Too many novice guilds perish from foolishly charging towards monsters beyond their abilities. I must caution you as well. Watch the enemy's movements before making your own. And gives a faintly sardonic smile and bow before walking deeper into the forest. Look forward to meeting you again should our paths cross, he calls out as he walks away. I thought there was a bit more of like a pop-up like when talking about mapping, but oh well. Yeah, no, like I said, FOEs, they're just stupid powerful monsters. Most of the time, they're meant to be obstacles to avoid rather than overcome. Let's actually go back up here and actually grab those treasure chests that I passed by on the way back. As you walk through the forest, you see small yellowish sprouts at the roots of luxuriant trees. Sprouts look as if they might be edible. We muster the courage to pluck one and eat it. Eat the weeds! Eat the weeds! Oswald, entranced by its fresh scent, takes a bite of the sprout and swallows. Suddenly, Oswald begins to complain of severe stomach pains! It seems the sprout, far from being edible, was a species of poisonous plant! God damn it! Regretting your carelessness, you return to your explorations. Yeah, no, not every event is good. Gage, if you really want to take the chance, eating these weird-ass plants. Gage, if you really think you should take the risk of resting in that clearing before you do so, and wind up with butterflies kicking your shit. Just normal Etrian Odyssey things. Oh shit! Oh no! I keep forgetting he doesn't actually have a skill yet. Oh god! Cool! Bite off. Thanks. My bars! A little late now, but might as well give friend that, feather armor now. Afternoon, hello, good afternoon, rescue squad call, how you doing? Just got my shit kicked by a fucking lynx, so I'm having fun with Etrian Odyssey. I'm here to ramble all about Etrian Odyssey. For now, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Oh no. And Mars has suffered enough! Oop, no.
As you! What's the matter? What? You retain the hammer and the force to forge weapons? Well, then allow me to explain the process. You use these hammers to temper weapons. Not for free, of course. Perish the thought! A nominal fee applies, which varies by weapon. Secondary materials will also be required, but if I purchase them already, that will suffice. Let's table any questions for the moment and demonstrate.
So yeah, forging is a thing. You can add different effects to certain weapons.
Wasn't the Mikado?
Wait, no, which one was it that had the, It was the Makiri. That's what it was. Oh no, I didn't buy that for Kage yet. Okay. We got a few forge hammers, Pack, Vitality, and Blind. I'll tell you right now, for the most part, any hammers that can confer a status ailment or bind or whatever, they're generally not worth bothering with. Because the problem with using weapons with a ailment forge on it is that it only triggers on normal attacks. It will never trigger on a skill attack. Unfortunately, for the most part, you generally don't want to use normal attacks in most major fights. So, Blind and any other status ailment forge is generally useless. It's all about the setups. Fine-tuning. Forge a weapon. Ooh, yeah, this is a good spear for... Oop, that's the wrong button. That's the Windows button. That kicks me out of the game. Oh, I need to... Right. Hold up. There. Okay, I spent that money, but I really should go in the... Yeah, honestly, everyone else is... Honestly, we're fine on TP for now. Okay. A little tempting to just swap our Maru out, but I don't feel like buying a whole bunch of Medicas, so... Let's get back down there. We have an FOE to not fight, so... Oh, we have a shortcut to open up as well. For later. Door before you with a moon-shaped insignia has no handle and does not budge when you push it. So you have no way to open this door at the moment. You leave it be for the moment to explore elsewhere. Locked doors are a thing. Make sure to take note of them so you can come back when you do find a way to open them up. Down here. Ah. More of these things are down here, okay. I'm not too concerned about... Sleep's good if you can get... Sleep's good if you can tag an enemy with it, like, right at the start of the fight. And if you can hit an enemy with a particularly strong attack. I will say sleep bombing is a thing. Yeah, let's try to take out the frogs. Frogs are almost done. Ow. Okay, yeah. Very good. Okay. Soon. Soon. I'm gonna try to get Oswald the barrage skills for now, since you're probably going to want the barrage skills before you get to the end of the first stram. And they are honestly really good skills in their own right, especially depending on how you decide to build your Arbalest. Let's not get into that fight again. Showing off how easily you can just completely wreck your shit is good enough to show off once. Examine the vegetation-covered wall to find one section that's hollow with something shiny inside. Try peering inside, but it's too dark to make out whatever is glistening within. Probably wouldn't be hard to reach if you tried, but is that the best idea? You're about to approach the hole when Rimaro suddenly stops you. You should to Rimaro's vantage point and see that in fact a monster was hiding inside. We saw before was the monster's hide glistening with viscous fluids. Ugh. Beast that hope to catch you unawares rushes out in a blur. Draw your weapons and fight! Oh god, I forgot the big-ass frog. Okay. Ooh, I think we definitely need to take out these other little frogs right now. Okay, that was actually a pretty decent sleep bomb there. The thing about the frogs is that, if I remember... Oh, shit. I keep forgetting about the fucking Link skills. Oh, shit. I forgot how tough the fucking big-ass frog was at this early part of the game. Oh, no. My bars are in disarray. I hate it. Welp. Time to get out of here again. I've been noticing lately that there's been this, like, uptick in people, like, saying that Atlas games are easy. I don't fully agree with it. Oh god, no. I can kind of see with, like, the later games, like Persona 5. I know, like, Royal really, like, adds, like, a lot of things that makes the game easier. If anyone comes in and tells me, oh, Etrian Odyssey games, they're so fucking easy, I'm gonna flip. Etrian Odyssey games will fuck your shit up. Admittedly, I'm not playing super great, but... Okay, before we go back out there again... Well... Oh yeah, since we hit the second floor, we actually get, like, more quests we can go on. Amor's Fishing Committee, one of Amor's tastiest exports is its local tanyan. Please catch one.
You accept this request? It's put up there by the state's fishing committee. It's something straightforward. Go out for it and catch a tanyan. Simple, yes? The committee wants the tanyan to be from local waters, so catch one near Amorod. That's all you were having to do. The deep blue sea calls you. Do not keep her waiting. Oh, you're being all excitable about this. Get out of here so I can calm down.
Oh, the Gigapede. Why don't you give me a Gigapede leg? Maybe they make really good bait.
Is that... Accepting this request, are you? It seems you are finally customing to the labyrinth. The fishers in the sea have asked for a Gigapede leg. Gigapede legs are used for fishing bait. I'm not does do a lot of fishing, you know. Because you must be fighting Gigapedes to get Gigapede legs. They only appear at night. Labyrinth becomes a very dangerous place at night. Keep your guardings high. I'm telling you once again, adventurers. Off you go to victory!
And, oh, this is the one where it's like, hey, you should get some small flowers for nectars.
Hello, you're accepting this request? We go to the shop maiden. And remembering that she said she wanted to speak about details in person. You go to Nepia's firm and learn more about this request, yes? Yes! Off you go, goodbye!
Oh, there's a lot of people to talk to now.
Wait, you are? Sure about this one, are you? Or maybe this one, huh? I tell you what, I'm really thirsty. I could go for a nice drink about now. Ugh.
It's good for you. Have some water.
Ah, I hit the spot. Amor's water is so clear, so good.
Yeah, no, you're not getting away with just giving them water. You want information, you gotta buy it. But honestly, you don't really need to buy it. Just experiment around. This is honestly a big thing where it's honestly good to have all the different party members, or at least one, because like then you have like all the different capabilities. So you can go through the game very fine with just the first 5 people you decide to take, as long as you have like good party composition skills. But it's also very worth it to get more party members so you have more options of battle, and more importantly, you can try to do more ways of getting conditional drops, as that dude is basically just there to tell you exactly how you get certain conditional drops. Early Etrian Odyssey games are honestly not super great about hinting at how you get conditional drops, so he kind of does have worth for that, but at the same time, nowadays you can literally just look up a guy on the internet. It's not that difficult. We really don't want to experiment. Wait. What was the frog cheek and slime lake for? Okay, yeah, we gotta hold on to these for now. So, one thing that's nice about the HD re-releases is that they do add in the little icon to show, like, hey, these items are needed for a quest. Don't sell these. That was not a thing until... Was it 2? I forget if it was one of the Untold games or if it was 5, but yeah, like, all the early DS games, they did not inform you of that, so if you accidentally sold, like, stuff you need for a quest, fuck you. Good job, dumbass. That's the thing to keep in mind, but the HD re-releases are very nice about telling you, like, hey, don't sell that, you need that. I do love the fact that the HD re-releases add a whole lot of, all the various quality of life editions from all the later games. The extra save files, the, battle confirmation screen, context-sensitive buttons. This is not a Persona 3 portable job. They did not just, like, slap the backgrounds through an AI upscaler, fix 1 or 2 lines, and call it a day with a $20 price sticker. There was actual effort put into these games, even though there are some things, like, I would, like... Even though there are a few things that, like, do occasionally annoy me, like, I talked about the UI before, I think it's not super great. I literally had to download a font fix to make it a bit more bearable for myself. but there is genuinely a lot of effort that went into the HD re-releases. So I can see why they wouldn't want to make, like, the game super cheap. This is not like a $20 port job like Persona 3 Portable was. Though I will admit that, $80 is very pricey. That's why I'm only doing this now and talking about this now, because the Etrian Odyssey collection on Steam is on sale for... If you buy the full Origins collection now, it's like a little over 60% off. Or, no, 50? Which one was it? It's like only like... Yeah, it's like 61% off. It's like $47 right now if you buy it on Steam. That's honestly not that bad for all three. I get it, like, $80 is a lot to ask for 3 games. I would bulk at $80 for the 3 best Etrian Odyssey games. The original 1 and 2 are not among the 3 best Etrian Odyssey games. It's like 40% off, I believe, for the individual games. So if you are interested in Etrian Odyssey, I would say jump on that now while it's on sale, because the sale does end, like, Tuesday, I believe. Because let's face it, that's the entire reason I'm playing this game right now. I'm trying to sell you on Etrian Odyssey. I should probably try... Like I said, the HD re-releases, there is actually, like, a fair bit of effort. Like, even just the fact that you can play this on a PC or on a Switch is already a big effort, because these games were designed for the DS. They were very much designed for the 3DS, the DS family of systems. The fact that this stuff is available, they're not, like, completely left this to rot on the wayside is already a big, like... That's a big amount of effort. I know that they said that they are working on the new Etrian Odyssey game. There is supposed to be, like, a next Etrian Odyssey game coming out, but I do want to encourage people to actually buy and support the series themselves, since, you know, just because they start working on it does not mean that they're safe from getting cancelled. We've seen this plenty of times. I've watched plenty of Matt McMuscles' What Happened to know that nothing is necessarily guaranteed, even if they get started on working on it. Remember Scalebound? What was it called? Scalebound? The Platinum game with, like, the big-ass dragons. So I need to recheck my sources, but I think I do remember hearing that, like, the game, that, like, all the backgrounds are basically, like, all the backgrounds the HD re-release are, like, hand done. I don't think it's AI upscaling bullshit like in Persona 3 Portable. Oh, shrimp! Oh, these are things where there's, like, they really want you... Oh, no, wait. I think they were just... Oh, God! I think they're just resistant to, most physical attacks, but... Fucking shrimp! Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. No, 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 no. Ooh, dirty. Dirty Etrian Odyssey 3. Okay. It's gonna be a little difficult to run back up to the previous floor at this point, so we're just going to keep... just gonna stick this out for as long as I can. Don't believe... yeah, no, I already used up my one nectar, so... I make use of that Ariadne thread. Oh, that's right. Hand Culverin, the first viable gun. Unfortunately, guns really got... I said before, I'll say again, guns got the short end of the stick in this game. They're only really usable by Buccaneers, and even then, most Buccaneers generally just stick to rapiers, as, like I said before, you get much stronger rapiers much earlier than decent guns. Man, never really looked at the accessories, huh? The only one that's really worth... the only one that's... I guess you could buy a Power Smart Earring for your damage dealers, but it's pretty expensive early on. At this point... oh yeah, Dahlia is still saying it too, huh? Might as well get her some more experience. Ah, it's you, Manji. How's the adventure going? Got the urge to turn tail and run yet? Make sure you're fully stocked on medicine. You rely only on your skills, you're in for a shock. Most people think the #1 cause of death in the labyrinth is running low on supplies. One thing I forgot to mention before is that every time you get further up a floor, or further down a floor in this case, all the townsfolk actually do have something new to say.
Ah, it's you. I see you reached the labyrinth's second basement. The first channel's been thoroughly picked over at this point. Unfortunate for you, Better hurry and shape up so you can reach the Splurge-Stram. That's where all the fun is.
While we're here, I might as well pour in our discoveries of all the enemies. Oh yeah, one other thing that was added in for the HD re-releases. Notice how under the Emmy's stats and items, all the stats and items, that was all in there. One thing that was not in there, there's a weakness chart for the enemies. If I remember correctly, the ES version of Etrian Odyssey 3 did have info on... So the top row is physical attacks and elemental attacks. That's their basic weaknesses. So you can see from this, Fangfish have weakness to bash attacks. Deadly Durians are resistant to all physical attacks, but are deathly weak to elemental attacks. Great Lynxes have weakness to fire, but you might also notice that below the actual damage types, there's also the ailment stuff. That was not in any of the DS games. That was not, like, a thing that was added until... Was it Etrian Odyssey Untold 2 or 5? I want to say it was Untold 2. Honestly, Untold 2 was, like, one of the best games in terms of, like, adding a lot of really nice quality of life additions. So this kind of helps you to tell, like, what is the best status ailment or bind to try to inflict on enemies and what's completely useless. Like how great platypuses will never get tagged with poison. Ever. Don't bother with it. Yeah, spot frogs. These things are a little lower because they're much lower floor enemies normally. Right into that at the start of the second floor is cruel. You can also tell which enemies have conditional drops because the third item on the list will always be in gold or yellow. I like to think it's gold, but whatever. This tells you which enemies you should try to kill in different ways. I don't remember the claw shrimp's conditional drop though. I want to say it was either a bind or could have just been, or just kill. Or was it paralysis? Because I noticed that it has a weakness to paralysis. There's also the item compendium that, yeah, that's not as useful. Later games makes it a bit more worthwhile as it tells you where you can get items, which is good because there are some items that you're going to need to want to know where to get, how you're supposed to get them. Oh, wait, I already talked to you. What am I doing? Bistro.
How are things going? I'd like to share the latest information with you. Wait, I mean information. Hey, listen, if you go above and beyond on requests, some clients will give you a bonus. The thing about the client really wants to say what's being asked for.
That's a hint. Some quests have additional parameters that if you, additional requirements that if you do, you'll get a bigger bonus.
You here for the request? Well, it turns out I've been out of nectar for a while. Demand's high, but my supply's too low to maximize my profits. I can't let this chance slip! That's why I've been gathering small flowers so I can make nectar out of them. You can gather small flowers on the second floor, and you find one and come back here and sell it to me. I'll give you a little bonus on top of the standard asking price for the flower. Welcome. Oh, it's only you. No window shopping, please.
I love how she's just so like, hey, no window shoppers, fuck off.
What's with that look? You take me for a tedious woman who cares only about money? Well, I am! Not so. In truth, I have an ill sister. I need money to pay for her treatment. Just kidding! They have you fooled! Time is money! If you're bored, buy something!
She only cares about one thing, and that's what's in your pockets. And I kinda respect her for it. She's definitely one of the more entertaining shopkeepers in the series.
Hey, you ever go sightseeing? Weather in Amara is warm all year round. We get a lot of tourists here. Might be a good idea to take a break and have a walk around town.
Oh god, why is the frames dipping a little bit? Hello, Mrs. Manji. I'm glad to hear your sojourns into the labyrinth are going well. If you get stuck in there, give the Mother Ocean a shot to clear your heads. The ocean accepts all. She'll share her joys, sorrows, hopes, and frustrations with all who sail her. But I suppose watching Poeco won't do much to coax you in. All in good time. Right, we should also... There's also a registry in here, too. What's the fuck did the dolphin statue reselect? That doesn't tell me much. Oh yeah, I forgot about bartering. That's also a multiplayer component that's I mean, granted, the bartering basically got replaced with street passing in the 3DS games. But still, it's interesting that Etrian Odyssey 3 actually tried to have actual multiplayer. It's especially interesting that it's actually a thing still in the PC release. They did not excise it like how Kingdom Hearts Chain Memories have multiplayer thing, an actual like battle mode multiplayer thing in the original GBA version of the game. and then it was just gone in the PS2 remake. Well, I mean, granted, that makes a bit more sense as... I don't know, I feel like they could have implemented the, PS2 multiplayer battle mode in Chain Memories, so it's interesting to see that they did not completely throw that stuff away for 3. I'm hoping that maybe they'll try it again if they ever do get another game in. Admittedly, I'm not actually 100% sure if I could do multiplayer, since the way I've got the thing set up, where I've, like, rolled back the old version to get rid of the new one and get the font fix in. I'm not sure that I can actually do, I'm not sure if I could do multiplayer as it is. I need to test it out sometime. I need friends who actually play Etrian Odyssey 3, so we can try to do multiplayer stuff. I need more friends who play Etrian Odyssey. This is an invitation, by the way. I know I'm probably not doing the best job selling the game, but... oh, crap. But I do really encourage it. I do think it's a really fun... If you are not completely turned off by first-person dungeon crawlers, I think Etrian Odyssey is very worth your time. Especially the HD re-release, since, like I said, is a very... It actually has effort. Oh my god, why is the frames dipping? They really make sure that, like, you can play the game no matter what you're trying to use. Why are my frames dipping so much now? What the hell? Getting rid of the new one should have helped with the frame... not to prevent frame dips. Ooh, a coupon! Okay, hold up. This is starting to annoy me a bit. That's just VTube Studios starting to be a butt. Might be OBS or VTube Studios starting to, like, be like, hey, I need to eat more. Make 100% sure. It seems like I'm still... yeah, everything looks fine. Okay. Oh, hey! Game. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, getting out is gonna be a bit more complicated than I was hoping. Oh, no. Shit, I forgot I brought Dahlia here. Oh, no. Get me out of here. Alright, so I haven't really been talking about it, but honestly, Lullaby is also one of the farmer's better skills. It's still not super great. It essentially tries to put all enemies to sleep, but one major downside to Lullaby is that it will also put the farmer to sleep. Guaranteed. That's, like, actually guaranteed. Because unfortunately, it bypasses accumulative resistance. So I kind of talked a bit about cumulative resistance before. Screw it, I need something else to talk about. Cumulative resistance is basically every time either you or an enemy gets inflicted with a particular status ailment or a bind, the resistance to that particular status ailment or bind actually does go up. So it actually becomes harder to hit that very same ailment or bind on the same combatant in a single fight. So it was supposed to be something of a balancing component, since like enemies also had like greatly reduced resistances to ailments and binds. Problem is with cumulative resistance is that you can eventually get the additional resistance to the point that it just becomes a straight up immunity. Hit something with a particular ailment or bind too much and they just will not get hit with it again. And some enemies are already incredibly difficult to hit that stuff with, where they only have like a 10%, where like they have a 10% resistance to it. So like, I say resistance, I should really be calling it vulnerability and make it a bit more easy to understand, but like, some enemies will only be tagged so many times by a particular ailment or bind. So it becomes so it starts off difficult, you land it once, it falls off after 2 turns, its mates fall off after like only a mere 2 turns, because another problem with ailments in this game is that, unlike Etrian Odysseys 1 and 2, ailments had a bit of a variable time. Some ailments that can fall off on their own basically have variable time that can stay up. It can stay on for as long as 5 turns, or it can fall off as quickly as 2 turns. If you go through the trouble to hit an ailment, you might, if you're lucky, you'll get more than 2 turns, and then it becomes even harder to land that ailment. It's one of the only things about Etrian Odyssey 3 that I really don't like. Layer games are a lot better. Oh shit. Layer games are a lot better about cumulative resistance because, so like 4 also has cumulative resistance and it works roughly the same way, but there is a class that does have the ability to essentially reset all enemies' cumulative resistance, and they are pretty much the absolute best status ailment class in the game, so it makes sense. And the Untold games and all the other 3DS games makes it so that cumulative resistance does actually like reset after X amount, after like 10 turns, or I forget if it was 10 turns or if it was less. But does reset its own layer games, so it's a lot more even-handed. 3 is one of the only games where status ailments and binds are not seen as strong as a light. The only other game where it's worse is Etrian Odyssey 1. Because a lot of the stuff that made ailments and binds very, very good to use were not in the first game. Namely how ailments and binds all run off of a character's luck stat. So while Dahlia here isn't a fantastic unit as a farmer, she does have the highest luck stat of everyone, of all the classes, so she's actually a very good status ailment inflictor. The only class that's better than a farmer is the wildling, because farmers also have really poor tech, and tech does play a small part in the ailment infliction formula. The wildling's balance of luck and tech is actually just good enough that they are slightly better than farmers at inflicting ailments, so they are the primary status ailment inflictors of the game. The farmers are really good in their own right as well. At least in terms of ailment infliction. Where is that fucking lizard? Oh, you're blocking the way! Oh. Oh! 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 Oh, I forgot to... I know what happened. Okay, good. Good. Don't let the Lynx have a turn. Good. That's how you take care of the links. Ah. I talked about cumulative resistance, but like I said, Lullaby's self-inflicted sleep actually does completely bypass that particular aspect of cumulative resistance. So don't think you can just get. So don't think you can make Dahlia, or don't think you can make a farmer spam Lullaby and make them immune to sleep for the rest of the fight. And besides, the cumulative resistance for your party members does reset when the fight's over. So it's not like you can just build up immunity to all ailments at the very start of the game, or when they die in the middle of a fight. So when you revive them, they come back with their cumulative resistance completely reset. It's a system that is very much against you, in all honesty. But I do honestly love the idea of a cumulative resistance. I love the idea that, like, if you get hit by an ailment, the enemy will have a tougher time hitting you with said ailment later on in the same fight. So they can't just, you will not just, like, get sleep spammed to death. Another obnoxious bullshit. As you go forth, matching wits against dangerous monsters, you see a cloaked figure. Noticing the figure comes near, you can see is female. Once more, she is smiling. You...
Hello, it's nice to meet you. You must be explorers from Road.
An incongruously cheerful voice comes from the girl, who ignores your bewilderment and continues.
You needn't be frightened. My name is Olympia. I'm active in helping explorers like you.
The girl smiles again and hands you one of the backpacks she is holding. I love your little, hair piece. I don't know exactly what that is. Is that part of the headband, or... I love the Pirate Jack headband, I'm gonna call it. Earmuffs? Look kind of like earmuffs.
This is a camping tent. It's practically a necessity here. You may have it if you like.
Girl called Olympia points to the right fork of the road and head before continuing.
That way lies a campground. It's a safe place to use your tent.
Olympia looks again at the tent in your hands.
Many explorers use tents to rest during their travels. You should make use of that spot as well.
But she has said, the little girl turns to leave as if there is no more for her to say.
I will rest at the campground myself for a while. If you'd like to talk more, come see me.
Choice is yours. Investigate the campground Olympia spoke of, or continue on your way. So this is one of the major additions to Etrian Odyssey 3, and unfortunately not one that comes... And not really one that comes back in the later games, for the most part. Camping. Tents. Pass through a door to reach a small open space inside the forest. It's spacious enough to camp. You see traces of countless others who have been here. Near the trees further in, you see a lone girl resting against one of the pines. Don't detect any imminent threat. It is no doubt safe to camp here. Slowly approach a girl who leans nonchalantly against a tree. She notices you, she smiles and addresses the guild.
Me again. How fare you in your travels?
Try to remember if there's anything you wanted to ask the girl.
Who are you exactly?
Will anyone in the labyrinth really be so free with advice and expect nothing in compensation? Ask the girl called Olympia who she is and what reason she has to assist other explorers. Despite the suspicion evident in your voice, the girl is cheerful and upbeat as she answers.
Don't worry about that. I have my own reasons. After some time, if you grow as strong as I think you will, I'll tell you what they are.
Olympia then closes her eyes and shakes her head quietly. It seems futile to inquire any further. Have any advice? The girl seems to be a veteran of the labyrinth. You ask her for suggestions on how to proceed. The girl looks up and thinks to herself before answering slowly.
Listen carefully. What happens if this forest exists where you least expect them to? And when you think you've come against a wall or dead end, search carefully. You can find these hidden passages. Traveling from town to back will be much easier.
Great, so look for shortcuts. Thanks. Really need that advice, Olympia. The girl looks at you and smiles once again, as though she expects you to ask another question. Sad you have nothing to ask her right now, and you tell her as much.
I understand. I'm going to remain here for a while longer. If there's anything else you have to ask, please come back here and find me.
Say farewell to Olympia before taking your leave. So... You know what, yeah. Let's camp! Like, the party decided to pitch a tent rest of the campsite. Take a breather, pitch a tent. Party rest, recovering HP and TP. A few hours pass, you regain some HP and TP. So, here's the thing, it's not super evident here, but that's not a full heal. It's not super fantastic. In the early game, it's honestly a decent... In the very early game, at the start of the game, it is a decent heal, but... It falls off super hard after the first round, to be perfectly honest. So that's one of the big things about Farmer. Farmers have Camp Mastery, which not only lets you use camps to revive and cure Petrify, which means you can actually keep going a lot longer in a forest. It does increase party HP and TP recovery when you use a campsite. So that's supposed to be one of the big advantages of Farmers. You can go a lot longer in a labyrinth exploration by using campsites and actually make really good use of tents. It's definitely one of the things that gives them a bit of use, but the thing is that if a campsite, is Camp Mastery really something that, like, you want to take up a whole party slot for? It's not going to be, for the most part, it's not really helpful when you're dealing with major enemies, FOEs, and bosses, so... It's neat, it's neat, but it's a gimmick. Farmers are a gimmick in the end, at the end of the day, unfortunately. We love farmers, but they're a gimmick. But hey, Etrian Odyssey 3 is, like, easy enough. Well, it's easier than 1 and 2. 1 and 2 will fuck you up on expert mode. But 3 is, like, the point where they start to, like, kind of, like, lower the difficulty a bit to make it a bit more, doable for people who don't know the best strats, or at least less obnoxious. There's a huge difference between, playing 1 and 2 when you don't know, like, the king strat of those games and playing through 3. Because if you don't know exactly what you're doing in 1 and 2, 1 and 2 fuck you up. 3 definitely marks the point where they start to, lower 3 and 4 especially, but even 3 does lower the difficulty of the game a bit to make it a bit more, a bit nicer to people who are just jumping in, since you don't really need to play any of the previous Etrian Odyssey games in the series. You can just jump in whatever game you want. That's why I'm starting with 3 and just saying, like, hey, if you're interested and you only want to get 1 game, get 3. I don't think I actually properly said it before, but yeah, if you are interested in trying Etrian Odyssey for yourself, but you balk at spending, like, a lot of money by all 3 games, and you want to just try 1, get 3. Get 3 HD. 3 HD is definitely the best of the 3. 1 and 2, while they do have massive improvements from the HD re-release, there's still a few things that are, like, very weird. There's a few things that are, like... They did leave some jank in those games. It's supposed to help, like, preserve the feel of the original versions, but some of it could have done with a bit of cleaning out, like how Poison in Etrian Odyssey 1... Poison damage in Etrian Odyssey 1 caps out at 255 damage, which means Poison Alchemist in Etrian Odyssey 1 are not nearly as good in the late game as they should have been. Etrian Odyssey 3, like, does not have a ton of jank in the first place. But yeah, like I said, if you want to only get 1 game to try out Etrian Odyssey for yourself, if for some reason you can't play a 3DS, well, really, I would always say, like, Etrian Odyssey 4 is the absolute best starting point for newcomers. I will always say Etrian Odyssey 4 is the best starting point for newcomers, but if you don't want to track down a physical copy of Etrian Odyssey 4 and you don't want to, like, look into emulation, buy Etrian Odyssey 3. It's the best out of the 3 that are available on Steam and Switch. Oh wait, right. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, Renmar was the better of the two in terms of... I totally forgot to take the Shuro sandals off of, Kage, huh? Oh well. Hey, remember locked doors? Someday. Probably not soon. Not soon, but someday. Again? Okay, now I'm getting a bit more concerned. Oh, my bars. They're so disorganized. I hate it. The one reason to stick to 5 party members only. If you're not a newcomer, those bars, it hurts. It hurts when they're that uneven. Oh, here we go. Your boots stick slightly in some mud. You take a second look at the path you tread. Closer inspections, there are certain areas here that are like a marshy wetland. Doesn't seem too deep, but the mud does put a noticeable damper on your walking speed. Shudder to think how easily any monster chasing you through this thick muck would catch you. Make a note to be careful of the mud from this point on. Yeah. Mud tiles like this make it so that one movement basically costs 2. If you're getting chased by an FOE, these things are a death sentence. These things could be a death sentence. Yeah, like, this is not gonna work. So that's one of the things that farmers give you. Oh no, that's one thing that farmers are good for. They do have a skill that deactivates those. I believe even though it says trap floor damage, you can also use them to just like walk through the muck like it's normal tiles. Oh no, I forgot about these things. What's the deal with these big things again? Ugh! Bro attacks! Right! Oh god! Oh no! Why are you... Why are you showing me that? What? That's weird. You don't normally... Mom's almost dead. There we go. I did, like... Yeah. Huh. Oh, hey. Completely missed this before, huh? I don't remember which way is... way to the stairs. Ah, no! Oh, no! No! Damn it! Unfortunately, if you try to use a healing skill or whatever on someone who died, the game's not kind enough to throw it onto someone who needs it. That TP item is going to waste. Ah, bastard! Oh, that's not hitting, is it? No, that makes sense. It doesn't have eyes. Why would that hit? Put it to sleep, Dahlia! That did not work, Dahlia! Oh! I can't believe he actually... That prick! Actually taking advantage! Actually trying to fucking do sleep bomb strats? What is shit? Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot. That's something I should I forgot there is like a bar that literally tells you like, how close an FOE is to you. So that's actually like one way to actually prevent you from getting blindsided like I did a while back. If you pay attention, you know actually pay attention. That's my problem! Did I ever... No? No, I need 3 slimy lakes. God damn it! Ah, no! Right, so they give... So we got a coupon. You can actually buy an item at a discount. I believe it's like half off. Obviously, you don't want to waste that on, like, the very start of the game. I think it was half off. It tells you. Yeah, usually increase the price of the next item bought by half. So that could be incredibly good. That's an incredibly good item. You only get so many of those, because I believe you have to find them all in treasure chests in the labyrinth. You're obviously not going to be able to buy coupons. That'd be fucking stupid. But that's something to keep in mind. Oh, why is my frame dipping again? What other... Oh, I know why my frames are... I mean, it is a 60 FPS game. Amazingly, it is a 60 FPS game. It doesn't seem like it needs it, but it's there. I've not found a Gigapede. Not found a Gigapede Lake. Was that one of those gather items? Oh, I know what this is. Hold up. I remember that now. Hold on. First of all, I'm going to... Let's get a fresh party. I'll actually give Ram a bit of a break for now. Hold on to... I don't really need to hold on to the dagger and summer tweed. They're just the basic-ass equipment. No, stop asking. I'm not wasting a coupon on early game equipment, please! There is a way, like, I think that, like, the original DS version, it tells you, like, what item was used to, grant you was it? Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't remember that one. I don't think so. It tells you, like, when you need, like, more of a particular item, but I don't think it told you, like, what item was used to grant you access to a particular item. It's like, you need to have, like, because getting the intellect book and getting a couple of, tech forges on it would be a really... would make it a really good weapon for a Zodiac, but... Oh, definitely get these light muffs for Benny. Did I buy an Ariadne 3? Yes, I did. Okay, okay. Ah, no! I can't do that, but really... Really, I'm probably just gonna stick to using this as... Well, the problem with that is... I haven't fully decided on whether I want to make this a full-on stream series for the channel yet. I say that, but really what I just haven't decided on is if I want to make this a full-on stream series for the channel rather than... and just never do, like, this as a personal game, because I have been playing Etrian Odyssey 1 HD on my own personal time on occasion, but I've not fully settled on whether I want to make this, like, a main series thing. It's definitely not happening right now. I do want to get back to the Great Ace Attorney before the end of the year, and there's so many other games I want to cover. I don't know. I'll decide that some other time. For now, I'm just going to quickly jump back into the first floor, because we just have to jump, around here. Was it up there? I think it was there. Oh? Huh? No, I know what it is. Shit, right. Where's that area where I got to rest before? Oh god, my frames are going to shit now. Here. You found the waterfall in this relatively clear area. A cool breeze washes over you. Yeah, let's of course here again. That not wait, was that not what the game wanted me to? Wait, hold on, I'm going back to the tavern. I want to see if this is what I think it is, or if I'm just completely misremembering. Oh, as you gather the frog parts specified the request from the... Oh wait, blah 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 blah. Gather the frog parts specified the request from the bar. Report back to the bar when you have time. Alright. Go back to the bistro. $3.10. $3.10 as a reward might not seem super great. Especially after well, very early on it seems good, but...
Hey, you were trying to see me, yes? The brightness that's been swimming in my mind can now become reality. I thank you. As you would be liking some? I am most sure it will be tasteful. Oh yes, I am almost forgetting. You deserve a reward for hard work. You'll be getting more quests now, I'm sure. Many thanks again. The $3.10 seems like a pretty decent reward at the very start of the game, but... quests also give you an experience boost. I'm bringing this up now because that was not the case in Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2. Not in the original version of Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2. And that fact remains the same in the HD re-releases. Doing quests in the HD re-releases of 1 and 2 does not get you any experience points, but they're very worth doing in 3. This was a big problem for 2. 2 was really bad about having some well, really 1 also had some really obnoxious ones, but 2 was especially bad about, like, having some absolutely obnoxious quests, and then the rewards just sucked. So that's like a big change that was made with 3. The original version of 3. I just wanted to quickly throw in there. Okay, I guess I'm just not remembering, I don't think it was any of these people. Because I know some quests are, like, you have to find a specific point and then talk to a person in the bar to tell them that specific point, but I think I'm misremembering that. That might have only been in later games, like 4 and 5. Oop, nope. Okay, hold on. If I'm gonna use this team for now, I probably should buy a few more Medicas. Nine's a little much. 4 will be good. I'm just trying to remember where the hell it was that, like, you can...
Oh, was it that area there? With the trap? Oh no. I keep fucking forgetting about my limit skills, god damn it! Let's actually show off Call Snake! Oh, that's good, that actually worked. Shit! I killed it though! So the idea behind Wildlings is that in the very start of the game, you use a call skill, the animal comes out, does their thing, if it hits, then you use Dismiss Beast, as Dismiss Beast refunds the cost of a call skill. It's a complete refund, so if you can actually land it, so you can actually do that combo, then you get to inflict an ailment or whatever. Instead of it being 15 TP, it's more like 8 TP or lower if you actually want to put more points into Dismiss Beast. Wildlings are weird in all honesty, but they're a weird little gimmick class, but Etrian Odyssey 3 really loves gimmick classes, but it definitely makes for more interesting party members than 1 and 2, which had very, very basic character archetypes and structures. As you through the forest, you reach a hall where colorful blossoms emit a sweet scent. Peculiar flowers sway in the wind. The sweet fragrance grows more alluring. Instead of resting here to more fully enjoy the flower's scent. Yes. Rest your weary muscles, the beautiful flowers and their sweet aroma all around you. Now fully rested, you resume your exploration of the labyrinth. Is this not? Also, I guess it really was only, like, other games where that was just a straight-up trap. It's one of the... It must be a dead end. Oh, shit. Oh. Do I want to rush for the walls at this point? I'm not too concerned about the rest. I mean, Provoke is decent in this game. Wait, there is a thing I remember about Provoke now, though. I'm going to take a point in Provoke for now. Maybe come back to that later. Still gonna be rushing for charge on Mizar. We got each of the stars on Benny, so I'm gonna start heading down. Yeah, I'm gonna start heading down to try to grab Singularity and Etheric Charge, because those are the really big ones. I might, depending on, I also probably should like throw points towards Binary Thunder. Nah, I don't need to worry about the binary skills on the Zodiac just yet. Here we go, Nimpo double. Unfortunately, now Siegfried and Kage are going to be kind of stepping on each other's toes as they both want that extra empty party slot, but c'est la vie. Where the hell was it? I really don't remember at this point, huh? Oh. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about... Right, before I forget again. So there is actually a thing I do want to show off with Kage and the Nimpo double. We're going to put Cross Slash on just Kage, and we're going to give Catherine and Mizar charge attack. No, you know what? No, hold up. get Catherine and Mizarch, Cross Slash, and Kage is going to be the only one who gets Charge Tactic. Was it on the first floor or was it on the second floor that... Why is my frame dipping so hard? What the hell? I really just VTube Studios and OBS, like, making me eat shit? It would make sense. These things struggle with 60 FPS games. Oh, here we go. As you proceed through the forest, you find a dead end where the sun shines brightly. Then recall the quest you accepted about finding a place to sunbathe safely. So since there are no monsters nearby, this would be a perfect place for sunbathing. We just got into a fight 2 steps away from this place! Come the hell on! Look at how far into the labyrinth first floor this is! This is gonna be hell to get in, guys! You return to the bar and pour your findings whenever you feel like it. Cool, sure. Oh my god, why is the frame so bad? If I do decide to make this a more proper thing, I think I'll have to go without V2 Studio, but otherwise,
Hey, well, back in the life, too. This is good. So you found a safe place for Bill to send me, then? You'll be happy to hear it. He gets fired for napping when he's supposed to be working, and it's not my concern. But regardless, here's the reward. I look forward to further dealings with you.
100 Ensel. Not much, but the experience gain is more than worth the trouble. I don't feel like talking to people. I should think about... I'd have a little bit more time, but I should also start thinking about getting myself lunch and being ready. I guess one thing I will mention is... Like, why am I so obsessed with this fucking series? So, I don't know, I just love, like, the whole, like... I just absolutely love the character building aspect with the party members. I love having to, like, actually draw your own map for this. I love how, like, it's just kind of built in. I have been considering, like, getting into, like, some older dungeon crawling RPGs. Like, I actually have been trying to look into, trying out some of the older Wizardry series, but I'm not certain how well I'd get into those games, since you'd have to actually, like... Because, like, the idea behind these super old-school dungeon crawlers was that, like, you have to actually draw your own map. You have to actually break out your own graph paper. And, like, I like how, like, it's just kind of built in as a I like how it's a built-in mechanic in Etrian Odyssey. I appreciate that a lot. Because it's a very interesting way to do it. It gives... And the cartography really does give Etrian Odyssey a lot of its identity. Like, they did have, like, the spin-off mystery dungeon games, which function more like mystery dungeon games, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Those are not super good Etrian Odyssey games, if you ask me. You need that cartography aspect, so I'm glad to see that they're trying to, translate it to Steam and Switch. But like, I think, like, as much as I do like the cartography, I like the dungeon crawling, I think, like, the freedom to do whatever with your party is, like, the big thing that I just genuinely always find myself coming back to the series on. because I said before, I'll say again, Etrian Odyssey can be kind of seen as like a single-player Dungeons and Dragons game. So, like, that's kind of the thing. Like, they kind of expect you to, like, kind of let your imagination run wild with this game, and that is just absolutely up my alley. Like, I've actually been trying to, like, write my own version of Etrian Odyssey. I've been trying to write my own, like, adaptation of Etrian Odyssey. Like, all these characters that I've made here, they're all, like, characters, like, in my, like, vision of Etrian Odyssey 3 that exists in my head because I am not a good enough writer to ever, like, actually translate it all to text. I've been, like, trying to work on like, an actual, like, Etrian Odyssey, like, written fan fiction of my own for, like, the past, like, 10-ish years. Like, a little less than that. 10 years ago was, like, when I first started getting into the Etrian Odyssey series. It was, like, shortly after, like, it was, like, not too long after, like, my mother and father separated. I was living at my grandmother's house. I got a 3DS for Christmas. And, well, at first, like, it was mostly all about, like, Fire Emblem Awakening, but I did eventually decide to, I did find out about the Etrian Odyssey series and picked up the demos that were on the eShop. I forget if it was, like, the first year or if that was, like, the next year after I got the 3DS when I started. Actually, I have a very easy way to check. What year exactly. The 3DS actually keeps track of that stuff in... yeah, activity log. Yeah, like, I first got a 3DS back in 2013. Back then, like, yeah, it was like December. It was on Christmas of 2013. Okay, yeah, it was like roughly a week later when I finally when I finally saw Etrian Odyssey Untold, the Millennium Girl demo on the eShop, and I tried it for myself, and I was hooked. I got absolutely hooked on Etrian Odyssey at that point, because the demo was actually, like, fairly beefy. It let you go, like, a good way into the demo. And then it was, like, a little under a month later when I also tried out Etrian Odyssey 4, the Etrian Odyssey 4 demo on there. And yeah, that was basically the start of me absolutely falling into the Etrian Odyssey rabbit hole. I got interested because I thought the demo was actually really cool. Don't forget, like, the Untold games does have a story mode, so you got to try out a bit of the story mode. I will admit, like, nowadays, like, I can kind of see more of the problems with Untold story mode, especially the first Untold, but I did actually like the characters at the time, and I absolutely loved, like, I quickly got enamored with the whole, like, first-person dungeon crawling aspect of it, especially, like, it really does come back to, like, how you, like, how you can, like, build your characters. Because that's something I really love, because there are, like, you can do some fun things with, like, builds in that game. Team comp is team comp is a skill in Etrian Odyssey. Well, some games, like, Etrian Odyssey 4 is the thing I'll always say, like, hey, if you really want to get into Etrian Odyssey, start with 4, because that is the best starting off point. That is the best, like, jumping in point. Especially, like, before the eShop closed. Because that game was very nice for beginners, not only because, like, it had a lot of, like, not only because, like, the quality of life features, not only because the difficulty was fairly lax, but also because, like, team composition was not super hard in Etrian Odyssey 4. Especially, like this, you only get, like, 7 classes to pick from at the very start of Etrian Odyssey 4, but as long as you don't, like, double or triple up on a class in that game, you could basically make any 5 of those 7 party members work as a really strong party that you could just take to the end of the game, more or less. Team composition is a bit more of a skill in every other Etrian Odyssey game. Like, even in this one, you have 10 party members, so you can only select half of them, and some characters are just not super great. Like, I'm down on the farmer, because unfortunately they are, like, a fairly mediocre unit in Etrian Odyssey 3. You can still make them work, but you do need the rest of the party to really pull their weight to make up for it. I am honestly glad that, like, they decided to bring the original DS games, as not only it makes it easier to experience, like, the older games, it keeps the older games alive. I know some people are, like, still pissy about the fact that it's the original 1 and 2. People thought that it should have been the Untold remakes that were made for the 3DS. But, like, at the same time, I feel like it's important to preserve, like, the earliest games, even though the only reason you played the first 2 Etrian Odyssey games was because you wanted to see, like, just how far the series has come. But I guess in a way now, like, the HD re-releases arguably kind of miss that, since now they add all these extra quality of life. But there are still, like, some things that, like, are preserved in the HD re-releases. There's some of the jank is still there if you want to see, like, just how janky the game was, even if it does have a lot of, like, major quality of life changes. Like how Etrian Odyssey 1 did not have sidestepping. You might have noticed I sidestepped quite a bit during parts, like getting around, traversing easier. That was not a thing in the original DS release of Etrian Odyssey 1. And in fact, Etrian Odyssey 1 prided itself on that fact. The original Etrian Odyssey 1 on the DS prided itself on the fact that it didn't do things like give you a sidestep button. It was very much a love letter to old school dungeon crawlers like Wizardry. Thankfully, they kind of learned their lesson, but it's funny to think about that now. You don't get that with the HD re-releases, but at the same time, you get it's still very playable. I will always say, like, play Etrian Odyssey 3 if you can only play 1, but I will also say you should try out, like, even 1 and 2. Because that also shows you other aspects of the game the series has come far in, because the class balance is not the greatest in 1 and 2. I really should have prepared, like, a bit more, like, list of topics to talk about with this series, but I've said my piece more than enough. I love this series. I've been playing Etrian Odyssey games on and off for almost 10 whole years now. I will always be, like, the person who, like, retweet, like, when the games go on sale. I will always be the person who will, like, try to, like, convince people to play Etrian Odyssey. I will always be the weirdo who, like, makes random references to it, as Jake and Lamp will tell you they so yeah, please give Etrian Odyssey a shot if you're even remotely interested. I know I probably didn't make the game look the best. I'm not the best at, like, talking about this stuff, but please try this series for yourself if you're remotely interested. I know that it's Atlas, but like Etrian Odyssey has been like a niche series. Like this is a pretty old series. They actually are Persona crossovers. There's like the Persona Q games, so like they do give Etrian Odyssey like fair shakes, but I know that like the Etrian Odyssey Origins collection did unfortunately like undersell from what they were hoping for, which unfortunately makes sense. $80 is a lot to ask for. $80 is a lot to ask for, even for like 3 like fairly like decent quality HD re-releases, because there were issues when the games first came out. Like I will say, like I do like this thing where like I roll back to the original. The fact that they decided to stick the Nouveau back in, even though it's functionally worthless now, is also like a big like knock against the series on Steam. And there is a way to roll that back so you can get rid of the Nouveau, but and like it actually does run very, very well. I know it had some issues with frame rates today. I blame that more so on V2 Studio. My laptop in general. My laptop in general just doesn't play super well with V2 Studio and games that run at 60 FPS, but for the most part, it was fairly fine. It was not as bad as Resident Evil 5, but that might just be because the Nouveau's not really mucking things around. I know that like people reported like having significantly longer load times when they were forced to update the Nouveau back in the game. I'm hoping. I don't have much hope since Atlas and Sega, more so Sega. I kind of blame this more on Sega, but I don't know. It's hard to tell like which side is making that dumbass decision. I want to say it's Sega because I'm pretty sure that the recent Sonic games also have the Nouveau bullshit. Out sheer curiosity. Yeah, no. Sonic Superstars does have the Nouveau in it, so this is definitely Sega's fault. The shareholders, the Outtouch shareholders, thinking like, we need this! The piracy! But then they fuck, I don't know, I feel, there's a part of me that wonders if, like, someone, because, like, this is not the first time that, like, a bunch of Atlas games were initially uploaded to Steam without the de Nouveau in it. Like, I think, like, I want to say, like, the Yakuza games also, like, when they got de Nouveau, I want to say, like, this one of the Yakuza games also, like, has similar case where when it was first put on Steam, it was missing de Nouveau, so now it's functionally worthless. But the stockholders are like, no, you have to have it. Piracy, though. It's so fucking dumb. I don't blame anyone for, like, being, like, hesitant to buy the games for $80 when it's got de Nouveau in it. And when it's got, like, a subpar, like, UI on the Switch. Well, I say Switch, it's on the Steam as well, but at least Steam, you can, like, kind of fix that through mods. Whereas Switch is like you have to do custom firmware and that type of shit. But I don't know. I can see why you'd be like hesitant about buying the games for $80. Please consider it for like while it's on sale. I think the games are still very worth buying when they're on a good sale like they are right now. Like $60 or not $60, 60% off for the full collection. It's like less than $50 for 3 games. Like, while yes, 1 and 2 are definitely not the best Etrian Odyssey games, 3 is more than solid enough. Plus, like I said before, the HD re-releases are actually like fairly good. Like, these are not like the slapdash port jobs that Persona 3 Portable was. Like, they put effort into it. There is actual effort put into it. There's a couple of hiccups here and there, but for the most part, I think they did, like, a pretty good job. I do have, like, my gripes with the HD re-releases, but, like, this is still like a good step forward. This is still a pretty good step forward for the series. It's good to see that they are trying to keep the series alive. They still go and respect. I can talk about Etrian Odyssey all day. I'm not going to because I do need to end at some point. So, gaming and hanging out with the boys, hell yeah. That's good to hear. But yeah, I am going to be ending soon. I just needed to ramble a bit more about Etrian Odyssey and my thoughts and feelings on the HD re-release and all that. You've been lurking. So unfortunately, I believe you did miss the sea, going out and sailing the seas, because that's a thing you can do in Etrian Odyssey 3. That's a bit of a puzzle mechanic. Admittedly, I'm a little more mixed on Etrian Odyssey 3's version. I prefer 4 Skyship, but that's another like interesting thing about 3 that was added. That's like exclusive to 3. So, all right, I'm gonna stop rambling. I'm just gonna say it one last time. If you are even remotely interested in Etrian Odyssey, try it out for yourself. Try it out for yourself while the games are on sale, or hell, emulate Etrian Odyssey 4 if you can emulate 3DS games. Because I will always say Etrian Odyssey 4 is the absolute best starting point, and the games really were designed for the 3DS. I'd love to say, like, get it on the eShop, but fuck you, Nintendo. Can't just keep that, or can't just keep it alive, I guess. My servers. Ugh. It's sad that like we went from like the eShop being like a great way to pick up the Etrian Odyssey series, especially since the 3DS did have the absolute best Etrian Odyssey games in 4 and 5 in my opinion, but now it's like now the eShop's dead, so now like the best way to break into the series is, well, the HD re-releases, and 3 is solid, but 1 and 2, even with the quality of life changes, they're rough. They're a little janky. Still very much worth your time if you ask me, especially when they're on a good sale, which they are right now until Tuesday, I believe it was. But yeah, I think I've rambled enough. I've rambled more than enough on Etrian Odyssey. I need to stop before I just keep going and going. I need to stop. I need to get myself something to eat. I need to be prepared for real life stuff that's happening. I'm going to stop streaming for today. Maybe at some point I'll revisit Etrian Odyssey 3 in the future, but for the near future, I need to get back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I want to finish Case 5 before the year's over. I might try to stream that later tonight. I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow night. I'm not going to be able to stream Saturday night. I do have prior plans with my own boys. I got plans with the boys for myself on Saturday night, but maybe tonight revisit the Great Attorney Chronicles. Nothing else, I'm gonna try to get back to doubling up on streams next week. I am racing against the clock at this point. For now, I'm just going to end for today. Let's go ahead and see who's around. Oh, right. I need to, you can't just hit X on Etrian Odyssey, you have to actually do this. I wish there was a way to deactivate that, but at the same time I can see why that was a design choice. So, alright, I already have a raid target in mind. Let me just go ahead and sell this up. Alright, thank you everybody for joining me while I incoherently ramble about Etrian Odyssey. I hope I've convinced at least one person to try the series out for themselves. I hope someone watching in the future gets a bit interested in trying the series out for themselves. We're going to raid Eat the Pen. They are a fellow Dragonfly VTuber. They're more of an actual Dragonfly, whereas I'm more of an anime Dragonfly boy. Eat the Pen's cool. She's playing Caligula Effect 2 right now. That's actually, I know my buddy Don absolutely adores that game. I've been meaning to go back to that game since I started way back at the beginning of the year, so that's something I need to do. That's something I need to go back to. Thank you everybody for joining me. I hope next stream, going to be going back to the Greatest Attorney Chronicles for sure. I hope to see you for the next stream. See you then.